Hey y'all, come on in. Good morning. Happy Monday. Today is day 105 of YSL. Today is going to be very, very interesting. We are going to see if Melnick is going to come up and tell us some conversations that were had between him and the prosecution. And if there was any misconduct, today might be the day that this mistrial is granted. Because if the state knew Woody was going to lie and still put him up there as a witness, there is a big, 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 big problem with that. So Still said, well, let's just bring Melnick in so he can tell you what's been going on. He will be the best one to tell you what words were had between him and the prosecution. So today is going to be very, very interesting. We are tuning in. We are going to be watching and talking about it. Um, I just want to show you guys who we are talking about. If you forgot, this is Melnick when he first came on to tell us why he was representing Woody and everything like that. So let's just recap some things until about 8:45 she usually starts on time, so we're just going to recap until it starts, and we're going to recap Melnick so we all know who we are waiting on. This special guest will probably put everything to an end today. So let me just go ahead and run back a couple of clips with Melnick so we can see how he is and what he was saying prior to today, and then we'll get into it, okay? Good morning, everybody. Make sure you like this video, share it out, and stay tuned.
I went back and reviewed my communications with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in relation to Kenneth Copeland. And I found communications as late as June 5th of last year, where the Fulton County District Attorney's Office had reached out to me about speaking to Mr. Copeland. Speaking to Mr. Copeland concerning this trial, not about any other case, speaking with Mr. Copeland about this trial. Neither of these attorneys, no attorney at this table has ever attempted to contact me about Mr. Copeland and about his willingness or desire to testify at this trial. They have put us in this position where at the last minute, I'm trying to advise him as best I can what I think is best for him. Had they exercised the slightest bit of professional conduct, we would not be sitting here having this conversation today. And unfortunately, for me to fully explain everything that's been going on, it would require me to reveal confidences that I'm not going to reveal.
I don't want you to do that, sir.
I can assure you that the decision to invoke the Fifth came completely from Kenneth Copeland. I owe nothing to anybody over here. I owe nothing to anybody at any of these tables. I don't care, candidly, no offense, don't care what happens with their cases. The only thing I care about is what happens to Kenneth Copeland.
If you're not making $158,000 per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage you to start a bookkeeping business. That's right. If you're willing to learn how to use a free program called QuickBooks, you can make 6 figures working part-time from home or anywhere in the world. And here's the thing, QuickBooks is easy to learn, and you don't need a degree, prior experience, or to be a math expert to run a successful bookkeeping business. Hi, I'm Bill Von Fumetti, and I've helped over 3,000 people make incredible money online with just a laptop and a free QuickBooks account. And many of them are earning over $100,000 per year. Let's face it, it's demoralizing working your tail off at a job you don't love for a boss you can't stand, all while barely paying the bills and sacrificing precious time with your family. And maybe you've looked into starting your own business, but you're fed up with all the schemes that are.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's your primary duty.
It is. That's exactly right. And for an assertion to be made that I or Mr. Copeland are somehow being influenced by somebody over here is absolutely ridiculous. I take great offense to it, and I can tell Ms. Love that I am going to the state bar to report her for contacting a witness that she knows to be represented by counsel. She and I have had conversations about Kenneth Copeland.
Okay, and sir, that is whatever you decide to do outside of what the court is ruling upon. Remember, the court can only rule upon what I see. Okay, and what I see at this point in time is a witness who, for whatever reason, may have some other reasons about his testimony. He has expressed those this morning. He said, "I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege." The state came to me and said, "Okay, listen, we would like you to sign an immunity order under 24-5-507. They make that decision. So there are, I mean, I think that gets us to the point where we knew that, or at some point in time, that the state knew that he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. So
absolutely knew it.
So, but in order for them to still get this testimony, which they believe that they need, they offered him immunity. So that's what we explained to your client this morning. So whether or not he wishes to go ahead and still invoke his privilege, that's his choice. But the statute's pretty clear.
I understand.
And I know you, and I know you have known you, sir, for at least two decades or more, sir. And I know that you have told him, "Hey, look, if you invoke, this is probably what's going to happen." And I suspect that if you probably have a conversation with him now, you're probably going to tell him, "Well, that was a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of what I told you might happen." But I don't know what conversations you have with them, but I suspect that they were consistent with what the dictates of 24-5-507. Now, Monday, we'll go ahead and I'll call him out before the jury comes in on Monday morning. We'll ask him whether or not he wishes to continue his testimony, because I don't want him to invoke in front of this jury if I can help it. So since he's made it once already, I'm going to ask him before the jury gets out here on Monday, is it your intent to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege? If it is, he's going to go back into custody until he's willing to go ahead and give testimony, because he has immunity, so he has to testify.
Judge, the only thing that I would say is that the primary reason Mr. Copeland is in custody right now is because the state has utterly failed to follow up with me in any regard with regard to what Mr. Copeland wants to do or intends to do.
That's probably not true.
It is grossly unfair.
I've known you for almost 2 decades. I've known Miss Hilton and Miss Love in particular for a long period of time, and I don't think that they would do that to you.
Judge, at no point did they ever reach out to me about Mr. Copeland.
So I'm here to check out Keith. He's interested in setting up his LLC for his business. I'm going to show him. Taylor Brands, come along with me.
So the business that I'm looking to launch is a clothing brand called Green Print Apparel.
What if I told you that there's a tool that you can leverage that will simplify the process?
Oh man, I'm down to hear that. Plug me in.
I want to introduce you to Taylor Brands. Enter in your business name. What state are you operating from?
Indiana.
Great state of Indiana.
Not for nothing.
Okay. First things first, let's launch this LLC. You're officially a business owner, bro.
I just definitely needed those contract help, permit help, and yes, most importantly, the LLC and the EIN number to be able to even get a bank account and get things established. A partnership with Taylor Brand would definitely be a good positive benefit for your business and helping it grow. It's not much research you got to do. Like everything is kind of like self-explanatory.
What is a home warranty? It's a 1-year service plan that helps cover costs when parts of your home systems and appliances break down due to normal wear. Home warranties protect what home insurance doesn't, so that everything in your house is protected, including your budget. It covers things like your AC, fridge, water heater, and plumbing. Things you may not have the skills, time, or extra cash to take on. Here's the best part. There's just one name to remember when a covered item breaks down. Ours. Contact American Home Shield online anytime or by the phone. You'll pay a preset service fee, and one of our local repair pros will call to set up the best time to come to your house and determine the problem. They'll start work to repair the covered item, and if it can't be fixed, we'll replace it. Learn more about American Home Shield home warranties at ahs.com.
about Mr. Copeland's testimony here today. The last time I heard from anybody in the Fulton DA's office was June of last year.
Ms. Hill, did you reach out to Mr. Melnick? And if so, when?
When I talked to Mr. Copeland, he told me Mr. Melnick was not his attorney. So that is, I talked to the witness because
When did you talk to Mr. Copeland?
Last Friday, because my understanding prior to that is that Mr. Melnick had told Ms. Love that he wasn't his attorney. So when we went to go serve him, I understand that he did not have an attorney. When I met with Mr. Copeland, and this is Friday evening, Mr. Long and I went to go meet with him in the car. We said, hey, I think Mr. Melnick's your attorney. He said, Mr. Melnick is not my attorney. He said, I haven't even talked to him. And then that is when we proceeded to begin our conversations. Anytime that Mr. Copeland did not want to speak with us, we did not speak with him. We called him on Monday to see if he could come down here. He said he didn't want to come, or he didn't respond. We left it alone. On Tuesdays, when we picked him up for the first time, on Tuesday, when he did not take the stand, we went upstairs. We had some conversation. We left. Mr. Long took him back home. And then yesterday, he came back down here with us. Again, we showed him some of the evidence that we were going to show him. And that was the extent of it. And if at any time Mr. Copeland would have told us he wanted his attorney present, we would have called Mr. Melnick. But our understanding was, one, he was not his attorney. Mr. Melnick disavowed being his attorney. And Mr. Copeland told me he wasn't his attorney. So that is what I based all of my decisions after. It was not until 6 o'clock last night, or whenever this email was sent from Mr. Melnick with Mr. Shard and Mr. Steele copied on it, that I get this idea that you've been talking to my client, and then my client is going to plead the fifth, which brought us here today. That has been what has happened since last Friday, Your Honor.
All right. So we have a witness that may not have been totally candid, or may not have thought that he potentially needed you. And as things developed, Mr. Melnick, he decided, well, yeah, he does need you. But whether or not.
And Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Melnick called Mr. Copeland last night. So it wasn't that Mr. Copeland called Mr. Melnick. Mr. Melnick so happens to call him the night before he's supposed to testify. So I don't know what has happened or what has transpired, but that is the extent of what occurred.
So I'm not going to get into my conversations with my client.
No, and I don't expect you to. But I do want to remind you, Mr. Melnick, as well as I reminded both sets of counsel, that you owe a higher duty of tribunal to me and the court than you do anybody else. So please don't, you as a professional advocate, don't put yourself in a position where you come cross purposes with the rules. Okay.
Of course.
And that sometimes has to be explained to witnesses and clients. Okay. All right. So that's where we are at this point in time. Is that Monday morning I will bring Mr. Copeland back out. It is, I don't relish the fact of holding him in contempt, but that's all I have at this point in time because he's been given immunity. So we'll take him up because that's our first session of court. We won't be having anything else until then.
And Your Honor, I would like to ask that the court convey to Mr. Melnick, to convey to Mr. Copeland that he is subject to being committed and held in the Fulton County Jail until the end of this trial, because I'm certain Mr. Melnick, if Mr. Melnick wants to convey to us some of the concerns that he has, Mr. Melnick I'm certain is quite familiar with the statute under which the court has compelled Mr. Copeland to provide testimony. So there is nothing that we could do to Mr. Copeland regarding any testimony we elicit from him on the stand pursuant to the court's order under the statute that the court has cited, 245507. And that statute gives the court the ability and probably, depending on how the court feels about it, the absolute duty, given the necessity of Mr. Copeland's testimony, to hold Mr. Copeland in the Fulton County Jail until he decides to purge himself of the contempt of court by providing testimony. If Mr. Melnick would like to speak with Ms. Hilton or any other member of the state regarding his concerns about that order, which tracks the statute almost verbatim, then I would invite him to do so. Otherwise, as I've stated, I don't see it being in Mr. Copeland's best interest to be confined to the Fulton County Jail until the end of this trial. But I will leave those matters to Mr. Melnick, who at this time is asserting that he is representing Mr. Copeland. But again, that was was not the understanding that Mr. Copeland had previously given to us.
Okay, so Mr. Melnick, if you do in fact talk with Mr. Copeland, like I said, I'll bring him back on Monday and we'll see where we are at that point in time.
Okay.
And he has the ability to purge himself by just providing testimony consistent with what he knows or what his knowledge of is in this case. Okay.
Judge, I have some personal matters that I need to convey to Chambers, but I'll do that off the record.
Okay, I'm going to recess in just a little bit, and but can you be back for Monday morning?
That's just it. I can't. Is this something I can take up off the record?
Well, I kind of have to call him on Monday. I do. I mean, there's no choice. I have no choice because that is the next session of court.
Judge, I have non-refundable tickets out of town on Monday. I can't be here. I cannot be here. And there's nothing I've had this on file with Fulton County since December 15th of last year. And again, had the state contacted me before today, I would have made them aware of this.
Well, there's one of those lawyer times a lawyer that you're going to probably have to kind of figure out a solution, sir. I mean, I don't want to put you in this particular position.
I can't be here, Judge. I absolutely cannot be here.
Well, you have a choice. You can be here if you want, but you'll have to figure out some other things to do with your tickets. I mean, here's the thing. If you're asserting, if the state was relying upon the fact that you were not his counsel, and now you are, you have put us in a situation where now you put yourself in between a rock and a hard place. I mean, so he's coming back on Monday.
I'll have somebody else make my
then that can be done. And sir, I would advise you to do that, but remember, Mr. Copeland, has to have some concurrence. So maybe before he leaves that and goes actually to the Fulton County Jail, you may need to have a conversation with him about that, so we're clear, and I'm clear as to whether or not you're coming back on Monday or somebody else is. And I need to know who that lawyer is. Do you want to have a conversation with him before?
I'm going to talk to him right now.
All right. Okay. I'm going to allow you to do that, and then I'll remain and be available for a further discussion. So let me go ahead and
being able to have something to always protect.
The Honorable Attorney John Melnick is under subpoena. He's in your courthouse, to my knowledge, or to my belief.
Okay.
If your court thinks that's good use of time, he is going to, I believe, take to task the statements of lawyer Love.
All right. Well, tell me
why that matters, because what may have been the actual truth and what Miss Love and or Miss Hilton perceived and therefore caused them to want to speak to the court ex parte don't really have to be the same thing. And I don't know that it matters whether what they thought was true was actually true.
So objectively, he will go through the emails for the court that were misrepresented by Lawyer Love. He will then, I'm making a record, God forbid there's an appeal as well as for your consideration in this case going forward about calling Judge Glanville as a witness, that he spoke with Lawyer Love. She knew that he represented Mr. Copeland. Lawyer Love said that she did not know that he had denied representing him, Mr. Copeland.
That Mr. Copeland had denied that Mr. Melnick represented him.
No, Lawyer Love stated that John Melnick had previously denied representing Mr. Copeland to Judge Glanville. And that goes to the heart of why is there a ex parte meeting in the first place? Because I don't know why there was, but Judge Krause I've objected to it. And I know you said maybe not, it's dicta, and I agree that it did not go to the holding or the ruling, and she didn't make long statements of fact or findings of fact. So I appreciate you saying, I don't know if these are findings of fact, but maybe just surplusage. But if that meeting is the way Judge Krause found, and there is a honorable Superior Court judge who made that ruling that's cemented in our case, that, I forget the line, but something like maybe it should have been done in open court, but the substance may have been proper, something to that effect. If it was done in open court, I would have been able to be there to question Mr. Copeland. I would have been able to be, because the Judge Glanville said, you have questions for your lawyer, the state, or me? If I was there, I assume he would have said, or Mr. Steele. And then people were asking him questions. They were discussing his testimony. Those are things that we had a material right to be present for. So the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a substantive ruling with regard to that. And I don't know how Mr. Melnick is going to add to that. I mean, it is clear to me from reading that June 7th transcript that the questions they had about whether Mr. Melnick represented Mr. Copeland were not, is he literally counsel for Mr. Copeland right now? I mean, they knew he was that because Ms. Hilton said when Mr. Copeland asked to talk to Ms. Hilton outside of the courtroom, and they were about to talk, Mr. Melnick either was there or appeared, and Ms. Hilton said, oh, you seem to want to talk to him, so I will let y'all talk privately, which if she didn't think Mr. Melnick were representing Mr. Copeland, wouldn't have done. I mean, there would have been no reason for her to do that. I think that it is clear in context that what they meant by we've got questions about whether he's representing Mr. Copeland is, and they said it, we have questions about whether he is representing Mr. Copeland's best interest, which as a lawyer, you are always supposed to do for your client. So I don't think they meant literally, has he entered an appearance for Mr. Copeland, or has he represented to us and to the outside world that he is counsel for Mr. Copeland? It was, is he really acting in the best interest of Mr. Copeland? That's what they said they wanted to research and then meet with, or potentially meet with Judge Glanville about.
On the 10th, Lawyer Love said, John Melnick, the Honorable John Melnick.
Guys, if you're looking for a school that is 100% online, offers
stated that he was not representing Mr. Copeland. And Mr. Melnick said that is just a flat out misrepresentation of conversation.
Okay, well.
So I just want to get the record straight, because Georgia law, and I gave you these cases in a footnote. Georgia law right now, and I know I'm very familiar with this honorable court's very in-depth knowledge of the law. So right now, it's if the court finds, this court finds, or an appellate court, that Mr. Williams et al. Had a right to be present, that's at a critical stage of proceeding. It's over. The case, no one looks at prejudice. But the two cases that came out in April, one of them had been in January, but I cited them in the footnote of my motion to just educate the court.
Well, if it's there,
I could give it to him, but yes, it's
that's
there.
fine. I'll jot it down.
But the Georgia courts are saying that is the law now, but we are interested in whether that is wrong.
Okay.
And we need to show prejudice.
Okay. With regard to,
like federal.
give me the cases in what?
Step back.
Okay.
But so I want to make a record of showing it was prejudicial because they were knowing misrepresentations to even have a auspices of a meeting with the judge.
Okay, well.
And I'm not agreeing.
I'm not sure if I follow you though, with regard to, I need to establish that Mr. Melnick was in fact counsel for Mr. Copeland, because even in the June 10th ex parte meeting, Ms. Bumpus was there as stand-in counsel for Mr. Melnick, because apparently Mr. Melnick had said he had a pre-scheduled vacation or something like that, which everybody knew about on Friday or before Friday. And they were saying, you know, how can he actually be representing him, i.e. the best interest, if he's off on vacation when this critically important thing for Mr. Copeland is going on. But here's his standing counsel, Ms. Bumpus. So they understood that technically, at least, Mr. Melnick was representing Mr. Copeland. So, I mean, that's I can take judicial notice of that to the extent I need to.
I'm inarticulate then, because Mr. Melnick, I believe, is going to have testimony before your court for you to judge credibility.
Okay.
That what was said out of the mouth of the two prosecutors, Hilton and Love, are not true. There's no emails to back up what Love says. Miss Hilton, there's not this Mr. Copeland, I need to speak with the DA. Those things have been unrebutted. They're just being said. And my point is, without that, then why are you questioning another lawyer's ethical duties? What gives you the right to say that to the judge? And then the courts need to know that's not true.
All right. Just like I said to the state essentially yesterday with regard to their motion that suggested that defense attorneys were violating bar rules in the way that they talk to the press, I am going to suggest to the defense that if the state is violating bar rule, or attorneys for the state are violating bar rules in the way that they talk about defense attorneys or in representations that they make to the court, that too is something that they may have to deal with the state bar.
I see, but I'm dealing with, my concern is Mr. Williams. So I'd like you to make findings.
If you're in the Hamilton area and you have pain, you've probably seen us before.
I think that they go to the heart of, you're entitled to ethical prosecutors. We demand that. Ethical lawyers, ethical prosecutors, and a fair tribunal. That's constitutional as a fair tribunal. That did not happen here in my advocacy, in my viewpoint, the way I understand what happened. I wasn't there. So I can't talk about, I wasn't in the outside the courtroom when this supposed Mr. Copeland wants to talk with Ms. Hilton. I don't know. All I know is what, we do. We come in after the fact and we investigate. But I'd like to spread that on the minutes. So I raised that. I don't know, Mr. Melnick's day-to-day or.
I don't know that.
But I'd like to call him.
I understand. And I don't know that that is ultimately relevant to the determinations I have to make, because again, whether what the prosecutors represented to Judge Glanville was true or not, maybe an issue for another type of tribunal. But in terms of whether it was then appropriate for Judge Glanville to okay the June 10th meeting to further flesh that out is what I need to figure out, right? So it doesn't really matter whether what they said was true for that purpose. It is, they told Judge Glanville what they told Judge Glanville. Was it reasonable at that point for Judge Glanville to entertain the ex parte on Monday, the 10th? Okay. So let me make that determination.
I'd like to call him if you change your ruling. Well, both Judge Glanville.
You can proffer what he would testify to.
Then I need to, because he didn't see this new transcript, so I need to, he being Mr. Melnick.
Well, what's in the transcript shouldn't influence what's true. So
I would think, no, it doesn't. I would think that he can then say, or tell me and I'll tell you, and then you can hear from him if you want, that did not happen or this. I want to get it right.
all right, so you haven't talked to him yet about what? All right, well, obviously I'll give you a chance to talk to him before you make a proffer because you need the proffer to be accurate.
Okay.
All right, so that's not something we can do right now either.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So what can we do? And if there's nothing, then I'll just go back in chambers and I'll read all my cases that y'all gave me yesterday and I'll make some rulings so I can still be productive and y'all can be productive out here. You want to break for an hour and a half? Okay. All right, let's come back at 11.
This is the stuff you're
Show you too. It's your boy Kevin, man. Salute.
Certified. Step, I'm the leader of this age.
Let's get straight into it, man. YSL Mondo, He woke up on demon time today. He say Atlanta is disgusting.
What?
The radio station's playing Woody music.
Yo, outside. Where we at? D103. That way, tune in.
He say in his trash. He say everybody glorifying and accepting Woody after he snitched and got thug fighting for his life. He say he don't understand this. How can y'all glorify a rat? And you got one of the biggest artists in Atlanta fighting for their life because Woody went in there and took the stand. Because Woody is an informant. Because Woody did what he did to kind of put Thug there. So he say he pissed. He don't understand how is Woody getting all this clout for being a snitch. Now, YouTuber Seti Nash, he weighed in on this topic and he kind of took Woody's side. And this is what he had to say.
Mondo, I got a question. If you calling Woody a snitch, can you show me who he got arrested? Not only that, nigga, you was running around with DK after he got revealed for snitching. Didn't he get cussed 50 years? Yeah, all right, cool, bro. Y'all pick and choose, man. Y'all pick and choose. DK literally went on that stand, got interrogation videos and a whole ass rant. What are you talking about? And you was hanging out with him this year. Talking about Atlanta disgusting. Bro, nah, it ain't Atlanta. It's niggas like you that.
Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is dropping its first cast album.
I want to put this out.
Time, bro. Show me who Woody got arrested. You got to remember, they put the blame on him, shot his mama house up with his kid and stuff like that. DK sat up there pump faking on somebody who didn't even do anything, and then they homies went and shot up the damn car, and he volunteered information and got a nigga 50 years. You serious? All right, cool. And then after you do that, I want you to go look and see who was the first one to sign the deal against Thug. That was your boy DK. It wasn't Gunna. Gunna was the second person to sign his plea deal. Yeah, DK was. So, Mondo, either you jealous or you upset. It's one of the two. Good morning.
Nigga went on stand, my bro. Fuck all that before the stand shit. Home was a fucking informant for years. Then he get on the stand and testify and blow up. I'm talking about on the radio station, get his new song played. That's ass as fuck. Music is what, 7 days. If you don't know what that means, this shit is weak.
Now I understand where Seti is coming from. Seti is saying, you calling Woody a rat, but YSL Mondo, you hanging out with DK, who snitched on somebody and got him 50 years. So you mad at Woody for being a rat, or you just jealous because Woody making moves and you been out in the streets your whole life and trying to be successful in the music business, and you haven't, and you not getting the love that Woody got. Y'all get in the comments and tell me what's Mondo issue for real. Mondo said, no funny it. I'm glad Gunna out here putting the brand label on his back. It was a good thing he took a plea, because at the end of the day, he never took the stand and testified. He did what made sense for him, which turned out good. Because bro out here putting up numbers musically. He got to keep the label going while Twin gone, because these major labels scared to let me in the door. I've been blackballed damn near. I also have to blame myself for being too heavy in the streets. They scared to give me a chance because they think it's a bad investment. They think I might die or go to jail because I was in the streets for real in real life. They know I'm not one of these cap-ass rappers who ain't living that life in real life. That's why rappers get killed after they get signed, because they let the money trick them into thinking they gangster. Now, homie, goddamn, is this about Woody snitching, or is this about your career and why you not signed? He also said, I'm man enough to say I should have never spoke about Gunna's situation, because technically he didn't rap. He just kind of folded under pressure and should have stayed down with his mans till everything was over, because all the originals know he ain't did nothing, wasn't even around from the beginning. So he wasn't going to do no real time regardless. I feel bad Cause now a wiggle who is literally a real live rat running around the city getting glorified and smiling like he just ain't sent multiple wiggles to jail. I was so mad and hurt at the same time that my brother going through this after he turned a lot of wiggles up who shouldn't have never been allowed in our circle. He can't speak up, so I felt I'm the only one who can and should be speaking up. That's the only reason I started talking about Gunna. But I'm a real wigger in real life. Ain't no mystery in my history. I'm not afraid to say when I was wrong, and saying Gunna is a rat was dead ass wrong, but I can't take nothing back. I just gotta stand on what I said and take whatever come with it. So basically he's saying he was sorry for calling Gunna a rat. Gunna is out here turned up now, and he want Gunna.
We buy any car. We buy.
With his music career. That's basically what bro's saying, man. Hey, when it boils down to it, that's what bro's saying. YSL Mondo also said, my brother literally fighting for his life because Buddy talking to the pigs, and y'all got this bogus wigger doing interviews, 20v1s, all on the radio station. What happened to the codes and mores we supposed to live by? Then y'all the same motherfucker D-riding slime saying free him, but y'all glorifying wiggles who got him in there. Atlanta getting weirder every day. It's about the money and clout. People don't care if you a rat, a child, or whatever. As long as you got clout and money, they praising you. I want to say this though, all jokes aside. All that sticking to the code and all that stuff, man, that stuff been out the window, man. Ain't no more morals. Ain't no more codes. Ain't no more standing on business, man. All that's out the window. And y'all could clearly see by what's going on today that nobody is keeping it real. Even the ones that's supposed to be keeping it real. Now, Alley Boy the Don, he sent the message to Bankhead after posting the video of YSL Woody. And he said, Bankhead, I don't want to see you talking about Free Thug no more. Where's the respect? See, a lot of people feel like YSL Woody is the reason why Thug is in jail right now. So they don't understand why the people that's saying Free Thug supporting Woody. But y'all get in the comments and tell me how y'all feel about this situation, man. Seti Nash said nothing Woody did or said got anybody arrested. A lot of people feel different. Get in the comments and tell me what you think. Like, comment, subscribe, turn on all post notifications. It's free. Do it for me.
Said, talk to Mr. Melnick and you can put a proffer on the record. So if you're ready to do that, we can do that now.
I need more time because I did speak with Mr. Melnick. I told him what job record.
Yeah, I'm glad. Thanks for the reminder to circle back on that. I had said, talk to Mr. Melnick and you can put a proffer on the record. So if you're ready to do that, we can do that now.
I need more time because I did speak with Mr. Melnick. I told him what job record.
Yeah, I'm glad.
to allow the prosecution or the court to make a subsequent guess as to what was in the minds of the grand jury. That's why. At the time they returned the indictment would deprive the defendant of a basic protection, which the guarantee of the intervention of a grand jury was designed to secure. For a defendant could then be convicted on the basis of facts not found by, and perhaps not even presented to, the grand jury which indicted him. So, and they do go into some case law, but this is a really interesting question, you guys. And maybe I have the portal open. Let me see if I can get the denial really quick before this court goes live. That's the one for resealing filings. And no new filings this morning that I've seen so far, but we'll keep looking. That's the order to deny disqualifying Love and Hilton. Okay, so obviously a quick denial here, but this was on August 1st when Judge Whitaker denied Brian Steele, Jeffrey Williams' renewed plea in bar about these fatal flaws in the indictment. And Whitaker concluded that the court was bound by the controlling authority of Tate, Jesurum v. State, which is a 2023 case where cert was denied in February of this year. So really recent. It's not at the Supreme Court. It's only in a Georgia appeals court. So I don't really think that would, I think there's some room for interpretation here. And if Steele wants to pursue this, unfortunately, there's no certificate of immediate review. But on appeal or something, I mean, this could become an issue we see go back and forth. Great question. Look how much food for thought we got there. Thank you so much, Stephen. And then also want to say thank you to Diane. And yeah, that became a new member. And then you guys, a lot of mixed predictions. I don't know what to expect. I'm not sure it'll be enough to make her feel like she shouldn't move forward. A lot of people were talking about Melnick. I saw Melnick's name all over. We've got popcorn. I saw someone mention Law and Order. And then good morning. Look, you guys are so ready. I'm definitely excited. And as a side note, so you heard me say on Friday, look, I'll probably be in somebody's chat room on Wednesday, when right now it's expected that Kenneth Copeland, the jury is going to come back, and we're going to resume with testimony from Kenneth Copeland, some instructions. You know, who knows how that's actually going to go. Maybe we'll get a delay in that today. But as of right now, that's supposed to be a big day, and Nick Starro is going to be at the airport. He's traveling to the United States. So I'm going to be streaming Wednesday. I'm going to be streaming. And then once he lands, once he finds out that his hotel is good, Thursday, I'm going to be in his chat or something, going back to ordinary business. But just so you guys know. Conditionally accepted, says Whitaker sounds like a fair kangaroo. And hey, Angie, that's okay. We're looking at, you know, what at the top level, this criminal resource manual from the DOJ says about flaws in the indictment. So you missed that, but you haven't missed any court yet. Hiren thinks that Melnick's going to blow up today. Jason agrees. Can you imagine if she doesn't let him speak, but we can hear like someone in the background raising their voice in the courtroom because they want to be able to speak? And Vacation Granny, thank you so much for the sticker. That Judge Glanville and Lawyers Love and Hilton are both tracking, looking at everything that's going on in the courtroom, and that they've been doing that since the very beginning, which maybe that means day one of trial. Maybe that means all the pre-trial, the 10 months it took them to seat the jury. But don't forget, they confiscated an attorney's laptop. Like, we just learned in Shard's motion, it was new to me. I don't think I've heard about it anywhere else. But in Shard's motion, we hear that Judge Glanville tried to hold him in contempt because he was told by somebody that Max Shart said this it looked like maybe he called it this some BS, that he cursed about the judge or the court. And Attorney Botts was sitting right next to him and said, I heard him say no such thing.
Yeah, when I just checked my live, y'all couldn't hear me. Sometimes that happens. I don't know why, but I did say that court was apparently starting at 9 o'clock today. We're watching Kat, not Williams, go over a few things. She's been covering this and, you know, getting down to the bottom of a lot of the motions. Make sure y'all go subscribe to her. That's my girl. Yeah, she always got some good stuff over there. Court is about to start momentarily, or am I backdated? Okay. So yeah, they're in there. We got visual. I was talking to y'all and I was on mute. I gotta stop doing that. But I did say it's funny that Judge Whitaker, when she wants to laugh things off, well, she does laugh things off when she's baffled by a lot of the things that has been going on. We are here today to see if Melnick is going to show up. Still has asked Judge Page or Whitaker to hear Melnick out because there has been some things. Okay. We are starting.
And all
Not a pleasant, if busy weekend. I'm sure y'all all work just like I did. I know we have Mr. Melnick outside and he wants to put some things on the record.
Here we go.
And we can do that first off. Is there anything anybody wants to address before that?
Okay. He got his hair done today. He looks sleepy, y'all. He looks so sleepy.
Before Mr. Melnick addresses the court, if the court would be so kind as to just apprise the parties of what it is that we will need to, if anything, address. I mean, as it relates to what he's putting on the record.
I don't really know. I think that he kind of mainly wants to make a record of what he perceives to have actually occurred. And I don't know that, as I think I mentioned on Friday, I'm not sure that it's particularly going to be relevant to any of the issues in the case, but I'm going to let him make a brief statement or proffer, and we'll go from there. And then the next issue after that I'd like for us to sort out is the representation made by Mr. Steele at the end of the day, Friday, that he has a good faith basis to believe that there may have been an unrecorded conversation at some point that included Ms. Hilton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland that may have resulted in some Brady material. So that'll be next up, and then we'll see after that. All right, so if somebody wants to let Mr.
We
Miller
shall see. What y'all think?
come on in.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Dolly.
Yeah, I would just object to Mr. Melnick coming in,
course.
offering anything that is not relevant to the trial itself, understanding what the court
So predictable.
decided.
Thank you.
No, we need to know.
Yeah, thank you.
Or she don't want them to talk.
Ooh.
This is just so crazy, y'all. But we here and we are watching. So let me know what y'all think. Kat said, whisper, whisper. If she know how they gonna get down
Is that
today.
Adam Abate? Trying to recognize him from like the back of his head, but that looks like Adam Abate's hair. And Sylvia had said that Friday he was in the courtroom, at least at the end.
Court with 500 screens.
She got a tissue box. Is that tissue box always there? Is it just a new one? There we go. Look at Mr. Melnick looking all sharp. Yeah, that is Adam. That is Adam Abate.
Mr. Melnick, if you want to come on up, and I understand that you want to make a proffer of what occurred, I guess, on June 6th and June 7th. Let me just say that, you know, I think it goes without saying that people can perceive the same thing in different ways, depending upon the perspective they're standing at the time. And I am going to permit you to make a brief proffer of what you believe happened. I do not think, based on what I have reviewed, that you were laboring under any conflict of interest. I don't even know that at this point in time, any of that is particularly relevant, but I can understand you wanting to put something on the record. I would like for you to stick to the facts to the extent you can, keep emotion out of it, and go ahead.
So, Judge, basically what it comes down to is after receiving the transcripts from the two ex parte hearings that took place, or ex parte meetings that took place between Judge Glanville and the district attorney's office, and then with Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland in tow, the allegation has been made that I was somehow acting in conjunction with Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart and other members of the defense team in this case, which is categorically untrue. I am unfortunately in a difficult position as it relates to this issue, because what I would need to produce from a documentary standpoint to rebut these allegations are privileged communications between myself and Mr. Copeland. But My presence, so starting with June the 6th, I sent an email to Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Sharp stating that Mr. Copeland wanted to take the fifth, did not wish to testify. On the 7th, I was shown an order that was signed on June the 7th, stating that Mr. Copeland was being given transactional immunity. At no point, and I think what really bothers me is that at no point did anybody from the DA's office before that time, within any relevant time frame, reach out to me and just ask me if I was representing Kenneth Copeland for purposes of his testifying in this trial. Everybody in this room that has been involved in this case from the beginning has known that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
All right, and I know because you had a case before me
with Mr. Copeland.
With Mr. Copeland that resolved in June of 2023.
That's
so
correct.
I know that as of that point, you were representing him.
Yes.
And then following the resolution of that case, he did not have any more pending charges.
He did
correct?
not, that's
Okay.
correct, yeah.
All right, so that was a year ago.
So at a minimum, I feel it was incumbent on the district attorney's office to reach out to me just to ask that question. Now, as far as what communications took place between the DA's office and Mr. Copeland, I don't know exactly. But I do know that on June the 6th, he and I spoke and he told me that he wished to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. And so I sent that email. The transactional immunity order was granted on June the 7th, which I find the timing there to be, let's just say, ironic, in that apparently they were going to have Mr. Copeland testify without any grant of immunity because it was the state's intended purpose to call him as a witness on June the 7th. And so I was here on June the 7th. I told the court what Mr. Copeland's intentions were. There was a lot of back and forth. Obviously, Mr. Copeland was taken into custody on June the 7th, and then everything that happened on June the 10th. I don't have to go over all that.
Yeah, I've read all of that.
Yes. So my purpose here today is to state on the record that absolutely, nothing that I said or did on Mr. Copeland's behalf was done in any conjunction or with any consultation, in cahoots or anything along those lines with Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharp or anybody else in the defense team.
All right.
I was here doing what my client had expressed to me, what he wanted to do. And as I said, if it becomes a major issue, I have more than enough documentation to prove that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
It's not an issue at all to this court.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. That's it.
That's it?
All right.
Love is an objection
Okay,
to
Mr.
it.
Steele, you had said to us on Friday afternoon that you had a good faith basis for believing that there may have been a conversation you believe during
Steele has to carry
The
it, you guys, because of
June
privilege.
10th ex parte in chambers meeting at some point when Judge Glanville was not in the room, but between Ms. Bumpus, who was acting as counsel for the day for Mr. Copeland and Prosecutor Hilton. So can you give me what your basis is for that? Otherwise, we might just move on.
I also had a couple of questions, if it's okay,
All right.
for Mr. Melnick.
Oh, well, he, I think, may have already walked out. I didn't realize that. I thought this was kind of to let him have a chance to clear the record. What are your questions going to be?
Just about the representations made, about an email with a BCC and it
Oh,
was
you can
sent
see Love's face on the
inadvertently.
computer.
I believe that he'll say that that's not accurate. And then we sent your honorable court on Friday all of the emails. If you put them in order.
Yeah,
Because not-
okay. I mean, I've seen it. I think that's fine if you want to ask him that and clarify it. I don't think that Ms. Love made a representation that that is in fact what happened. That was her theory because she couldn't figure out why Mr. Melnick was referring to her in the third person. But sure, you can ask him that.
She asserted it. It wasn't a theory.
Can I just ask you a couple more questions? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission of all those emails, and I have copies for them if that makes it easier, and we can mark them as an exhibit if that's what you want. They were already sent to your honorable court.
If you've got them now and can make them an exhibit, and I'm not sure exactly what courts, you would make them a defense exhibit.
Can I just step back for a second?
Sure.
And Your Honor, would the court be admitting those exhibits for any purpose as it relates to this trial?
No, not for the trial, just for whatever these ancillary proceedings are. I'm not sure what to call them, but motions. So it'll be, I guess, an exhibit to, we can call this a motions hearing. It's today, August 5th, 2024. Proffer by Mr. Melnick.
So, Mr. Melnick, have you looked at and reviewed all of the emails that you have given and the state has given on this topic?
Do you want me to be sworn? Do I need to be sworn for this? I don't believe I've been sworn.
Not for me. You're an officer of the court.
Yes, I have.
Hang on. Yes, Ms. Love.
You responded to what I was asking.
Okay.
Sharp with the play call in the ear.
I have to mark these.
Uh-huh.
You give this to the state.
Yep.
You give that to the state. I'm just putting them in date and time order.
Yep, I've reviewed them.
This is not up with that era.
And thank you so much. Army Nurse became a member. That's awesome. Thank you for the sticker, praying Grammy Pammy. And then Graham D. Get the defense to request the body cam footage, and if the security turned them off, prosecute them, and if the judge told them to turn it off, then hold him in contempt. I'm not sure if they would have had that running. Do the deputies wear body cams all the time? Let's ask the chat. So thank you for your super chat. Let's ask the chat. Do the deputies wear body cams? I feel like that's a silly question, but I don't know this court and okay, so they're supposed to.
Forwarded to, right. 7/11/56, we have that.
And then not in court, not in chambers. So we've got some yeses and some nos. Good morning, Julio Suave. Love your picture always, every time I see it.
Hey, Free Bands Gaming. It's a new typer in the court. Yep, it's a new typer. You know, every judge has their own typer. So because we got a new judge, we got new deputies, new typers, all of that. Yep.
Hilton, I think her vacation started. She's gone this week. Okay. This might be the safest answer. Raphael says
No,
they wear
because
body
what the
cams.
judge
I don't
said.
think they're
I'm ready
continuously
whenever you
recording.
are.
Okay, I thought you were not. All right, and thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Melnick, thank you for your time.
Sure.
What you said to this honorable court is that you represented Mr. Copeland in an unrelated case. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Was there any discussion with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office members that you represented Mr. Copeland for purposes of being a witness in this trial that's before the Honorable Judge Whitaker.
Yes.
Can you explain that to us?
It goes back to 2021. I met with Don Geary, who at the time was, I guess, in charge of the state's handling of this case. And he talked to me extensively about Mr. Copeland's involvement with YSL, and the fact that the state wished to use him as a witness in this case.
And did you make it clear from your viewpoint that you were representing Mr. Copeland in this case, meaning the case that's on trial before Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
As a witness or as a potential co-defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And that the Honorable Court knows, I believe, but to your knowledge, who is Don Geary in 2021?
What he introduced himself. I mean, I knew Don for a long time, but what he said, he was special counsel for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. He was basically hired almost like in an of counsel position, as I understand it.
And was he affiliated on working this case that's before Judge Whitaker on trial?
We talked about this case specifically.
At any time, I'm sorry.
And nothing else.
At any time, did you or any member of the District Attorney's Office in your presence ever say that you were not representing Mr. Copeland pursuant to a potential witness in this trial?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have conversations with Ms. Love, who's seated to your left?
Yes.
About representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this trial?
Yes.
And when were those conversations?
March of 2023.
And was it clear from your standpoint, from your viewpoint, as the court said, people can observe things differently, but from your standpoint, was it clear that you made it known to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office that you were representing Mr. Copeland as a witness or potential witness in this trial?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you do anything to separate yourself from that representation?
No.
All right. The Honorable Court stated a little while ago, and you left here so quickly, but that your representation ended of Mr. Copeland, I heard, in 2023 when you entered some sort of disposition. I don't remember what it was, before this Honorable Court. And when I say this Honorable Court, I'm talking about Judge Whitaker.
Sure, that's correct.
Did your representation end of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
No.
Ever make that known to anybody?
No, I never did.
Did you actually do the opposite?
I was contacted by another member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in June of 2023.
And about
yes,
what?
I'm sorry, about representing Mr. Copeland in this as a witness in this case.
Were there any agreements between Mr. Copeland and yourself in the District Attorney's Office? Because you obviously got him not to be charged. That's a bad way of saying it, but you obviously did or someone did something that he's not charged in this case.
I would honestly say that may not have been due to anything that I did or said necessarily. I think it was an internal decision from the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to show you what I marked, and I just want this for the record. And I marked it number 1, Mr. Williams. And can you announce it just so the court, and we're going to give all this to the court, what this is, if you recognize it.
Sure.
And then go to number 2, 3. But for people looking on, just announce it by the title, if you don't mind. If you don't recognize it, please say that as well.
All right.
I just want to say, y'all, Melnick is standing on business, and so is still. And I hope this judge is not wasting near one of their times, because this is a big thing. This is Brady material for sure.
Recognize this. This is an email I sent to Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton from the DA's office, yourself and Mr. Shard, dated June the 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. You want me to read it or?
Sure.
Says, good afternoon. All it has come to my attention that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office has questioned my client, Kenneth Copeland, without my knowledge or consent. Please be advised that my client does not wish to speak with any member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the
Way, it's way too fast for the court reporter to take down.
You with me? Law enforcement, nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the Fifth Amendment tomorrow and will not testify. Thank you, John Melnick.
Okay. On the 6th, and you made it clear, to your knowledge, was there any type of immunity agreement whatsoever in place? Use immunity, transactional immunity, any type of agreement?
There was no response from the District Attorney's Office to this email to me. So I was not aware of any immunity, any offer of immunity to Mr. Copeland at that time.
Did you personally know that if Mr. Copeland testified at this trial without some sort of protection, by protection I mean whatever type of immunity, that he could be making statements that would incriminate himself?
Yes.
No statute of limitations ran, he could be charged?
So I can't say that with absolute.
Okay, well, we're dealing with a bunch of lawyers, so I think Mr. Melnick can handle it. I'm going to overrule that.
I can't say with absolute certainty that I investigated.
Don't start, love. He's more than capable of handling these compound questions, sweetheart.
It to the point where I would know whether the statute of limitations would have run or not.
About federal crimes for gun offenses?
No, as far as I know, again, I didn't do extensive research into it, but it's my understanding that it would not have run in terms of the federal statute. And Mr. Copeland, of course, has been charged previously and convicted in U.S. District Court. So once the feds have their eyes on you, they have their eyes on you.
And how about as a co-defendant in this case being indicted later? And is statute of limitations barred to that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know with absolute certainty.
Okay. Were you concerned that if he testified when you wrote this email, the one you just announced as Mr. Williams #1, that he could be facing criminal liability?
I absolutely was.
All right. Is that the reason you wrote that email?
Among other things, but that is one reason why I wrote the email.
Was there anything in your mind at the time of sending it that was
I don't think that Rusty would be here today if it wasn't for the farmer's dog. He was always a dry kibble dog because that was all we knew growing up.
all right? Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams #1 for purposes of this hearing.
Submitted.
Can I just get clarification as to which of the emails you don't have a number is Defendant Williams #1?
He read it.
Can you
Yeah.
clarify?
June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m.
Now she can't find an email.
Yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, Mr. Shaw.
Does it have the response at 4:57:05?
This lady.
Or is it the one without response?
I don't remember seeing a response.
Okay.
So is there a response on there
There's not a
on
response.
Williams 1?
There will be, Your Honor.
Okay,
Not on
so
Mr.
that is
Williams 1.
then for purposes of the record, the one that does not have the response on it.
Okay.
She
so here's the
trying to get
response.
out of it.
Well,
Is it a part of Williams 1?
No, it's not.
Okay, so I assume Mr. Steele might ask you about the next one. Go ahead.
and that is, I'd like to show you what's in front of you, Mr.
Wow.
Williams, exhibit #2 for purposes of today's hearing, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Tell us, take your time to look at it. Tell us if you can identify it, if it's true and accurate for what it appears.
I hope this is from Miss, I think exclusively from Miss Hilton to me.
But do you recognize it?
I do, I recognize.
Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for purposes of this hearing, Mr. Williams #2, after you identify, so everyone knows what you're looking for.
June 6, 2024, 4:57 p.m. I hope good as addressed to me. Good afternoon. I hope all is well. In our conversations with Mr. Copeland, he advised that you were not his attorney and he had not spoken with you. However, if you are asserting that you are his attorney, we will cease communication, but your client is under subpoena and is expected to be here at 8:30 a.m. It is our understanding that your client does not have transportation, so we're planning to pick him up. So please make sure that he is present so we do not have to take any further action if he fails to appear for his subpoena. Thank you and have a great evening. And then it's from Ms. Hilton.
And did you respond to that email? And if yes, is it on Mr. Williams #2? And what does it say in time and date?
It is. I did respond. It's dated June 6th at 5:47 p.m. Again, with CCs to everybody in the case. I have been Mr. Copeland's attorney. He tells me that he repeatedly told you that that when you were questioning him. I also spoke with Don Geary extensively about Mr. Copeland when he was assigned to this case, and I spoke with Ms. Love.
Slow down.
I spoke with Ms. Love early in the process, around the time jury selection was beginning. I have a plea with Judge Carnicel tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I will come to the courtroom as soon as I'm done.
Is everything that you responded about being Mr. Copeland's lawyer for purposes of this case true?
Yes.
And the court already admitted number 2. If you could go to number 3.
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 2.
It's admitted, and that one contains both Ms. Hilton's response and then Mr. Melnick's response back that he just read. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's admitted.
This is a repeat, some withdrawing. Okay. Okay, if we go to Mr. Williams, number 3, can you take a look at this and tell us whether you recognize it? And if yes, what is it?
It's a,
Your Honor, if we could just have what that is, and you don't have numbers on it, if I could just have what it is that you're even tendering.
I don't know. I don't know how many things you got handed, but Mr. Melnick's about to describe it.
it's dated June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m. It's from me to Miss Hilton and Miss Love. The first sentence says, here is a communication between myself and Miss Love, which pertains directly to the YSL case. And it's a forwarded message from a number of people, including myself and your case manager, Sheila Rosser, dated March the 3rd of 2023. And it's from Miss Love, stating, good morning, Miss Rosser. State asks that the defendant be required to sign the conditions in front of a notary or a sheriff's official so that we can enforce the conditions upon his release, since he was not apprised by the court in person. And I'm sorry, that is in reference to 2 bond orders, I believe, that I had prepared and presented to the court in reference to Mr. Copeland's case that was pending before you in 2023. That is an email dated Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 at 4:42 p.m. And this is just a chain of emails related to the bond order for Mr. Copeland's case in 2023.
All right, and you're forwarding that in June of 2024 to say, see, you knew at some point I
Yes.
was representing him. Okay.
That's correct, Judge.
Is that document, is defendant Williams a 3-page document or just the one portion of the chain?
The chain.
So is this is a continuation?
Yes.
Great. Okay. There's more to it, Ms. Love.
Is it a 3-page
It
document?
appears to be, I think it appears to be a 3-page document. Yes.
Yes.
Save her,
yes.
Adam.
Okay.
Do you need me to, I don't need to read all of this.
No, I don't think so.
We move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3, for purpose of today's hearing.
It's admitted.
Why did you, Mr. Melnick, why did you send this to the district attorney's office on June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m.?
Because of what they claim to be the confusion as to whether or not I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his being a witness in this case. I think these emails demonstrate that I did in fact represent him and that they knew I represented him.
And were there conversations that you represented Mr. Copeland for the witness in the YSL case during that time?
Yes, there were.
And who did you speak with?
Miss Love.
Okay. And you're responding to Mr. Williams, number 2, that's already in evidence?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3. It is a 3-page document.
It's admitted.
And I'm going to mark this as Mr. Williams, number 4. Can you take a look at this and tell us if you recognize this?
I do.
What is it? Okay. And what is that?
It's an email that I also sent on June the 7th, 2024 at 11:54 a.m. To Miss Hilton and Miss Love, referencing another communication I had from the district attorney's office. It was a forwarded message from Peachtree Offices, which is an executive office company that answers my phone for me, where I got a message from Peter Herzog asking me to contact him in reference to Kenneth Copeland. So it's a forwarded message from June the 27th of 2023 that I then forwarded to Miss Hilton and Miss Love, demonstrating that they should have just communicated with me about Copeland before questioning him.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
And before we got into all this.
And who is Peter? And I'm going to spell the last name, okay?
Yeah.
Herezog. Who is that person to your knowledge?
I believe his last name is misspelled there. I think it's Herzog, but Peter Herzog is the assistant DA in the Fulton DA's office.
And
So DA reached
Mr.
out to
Williams,
Melnick.
what's marked as number 4 is sent for that message on June 27, 2023, about 3 months after the March 1, 2023 correspondence with Ms. Love about Mr. Copeland.
That's correct.
Now, if your representation of Mr. Copeland had in fact ended when you disposed of the case before the Honorable Judge Whitaker, by that time, do you remember? Did it end?
So my case with Judge Whitaker, is that what you're asking me about?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it had, but honestly, I haven't gone back to check it.
If y'all have the case number, I can look it up and let you know the disposition date.
I don't have it.
Happy to do that. Nobody has it.
So in other
It
words,
was
the
a 22
communication
SC case, but that's all I know.
probably wouldn't have been for that other
It's fine.
case.
I can probably pull it up some other way. Y'all go ahead.
And you forward this, you said why? This message.
To reiterate the fact that the Fulton DA's office knew and should have known that I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his testimony in the YSL trial. Mr. Herzog was never involved in the case before Judge Whitaker. I'd never spoken with him about anything related to the case in front of Judge Whitaker. The only attorneys that I ever spoke with about the actual disposition of the case with Judge Whitaker was Abigail Potter, Abby Potter from the DA's office, and Mr. Abadi. And the only reason Mr. Abadi was involved with it, that's Adam Abadi from the Fulton DA's office, was because he was concerned about Mr. Copeland's testimony in the YSL trial.
And obviously Ms. Love, because she
And Ms. Bond order. Yes, right. And
Same
Ms. Love
reason.
with the bond order. That's correct.
Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Williams number 5. Oh,
Can
Your
I-
Honor, I
can
move
I-
for the admission of Mr. Williams number 4.
It's admitted, and for purposes of the record, the case before me where Mr. Melnick represented Mr. Copeland is 22 SC 182134, and the final disposition was actually on June 29th of 2023.
Close. Uh-oh.
Number 4, a one-page document, or are there any more?
It's a one-page document.
Okay, I'm showing you Mr. Williams number 5. Tell us if you remember that, look at it.
I do.
Okay, and is it accurate?
It is.
Can you describe, like you've been doing, the date and time, what it is, what it purports to be?
Stated June the 7th of 2024. It's to Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton from me. And it is in response to an email that I received. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can look at the documents, multiple.
Yeah, okay. So this is a part of the same chain of documents where I was referencing the fact that Ms. Love certainly knew that I was representing Mr. Copeland. She and I talked extensively about Mr. Copeland, and she had told me that she wished to use Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Obviously, by the time we were having these communications in March of 2023, the case had long since been indicted, and Mr. Copeland was not charged as a party on the indictment of this case. So this is a continuation of the same emails going back to March 2nd and March 3rd of 2023, where we're referencing the bond orders. These emails actually go back to March the 1st of 2023, where Ms. Love is discussing whether or not Mr. Copeland should be subject to a curfew as part of his bond order. There are, I seem to remember, other communications in which Ms. Love references the fact that she's concerned about Mr. Copeland's safety and the like. And then so the last part of this email, which is at the top of the first page, is where Ms. Love questions whether my concern is for Mr. Copeland or Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart's client, neither of whom I've ever met or have any relationship with whatsoever. And then I responded to that.
Did I ever do anything untoward to affect your representation of your client, Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely not.
Did Mr. Shard do anything?
No.
Did anybody come to you, at you, about your representation, Mr. Copeland, in this case?
What Mr. Copeland did on June 7th of 2024, where he asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, was entirely his decision. I was there just as his mouthpiece, as a lawyer, as his advocate for purposes of him asserting his Fifth Amendment privilege. Other than that, I have absolutely no agenda in this case whatsoever.
When Ms. Love wrote on a motion, ex parte motion for the former judge, the recused Judge Glanville,
Yeah, I would
grant
suggest
your
to
client.
the introduction through this witness or the posing to this witness of any question about a motion that I wrote, given that the witness cannot testify confidently about anything that I specifically wrote of, but I.
All right, well, I don't know yet what the end of the question is going to be, so I'll hold your objection until I hear the question.
And it's in the record. Already, Your Honor, I could get another copy though. Ms. Love wrote in that motion seeking use immunity under 25-5-507 for Mr. Copeland.
Yes.
That Mr. Copeland on Thursday, June 6, 2024, had some sort of interaction or dealings with members of the defense team. To your knowledge, is that true?
I have no knowledge of that.
All right.
Do you want to admit, or did you want to tender for admission Williams 5?
I do, yes.
All right, that's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Williams 5 is what?
Okay, Mr. Melnick, I don't have any other
Hang on. What are
questions.
you asking? Hang on, Mr. Steele. What are you asking? What it is?
Which one is it? Yes.
It's the last one they discussed that, I don't know how many pages it is. I don't have any of it in front of me, but it's the last one they discussed that has the email from you asking who Mr. Melnick is most concerned about or something like that. And then Mr. Melnick's rather peppery response back.
Okay, so it's just, could the court ask for clarification, just one page or?
I don't know. 4 pages.
Mr. Melnick, were there any BCC? You know what a BCC is?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize.
Oh, blind blind copies.
We're all old enough to know that that means blind carbon copy. A whole lot of people don't know that anymore since we don't use carbon copies, but that's where somebody can see it, but the recipients who are CC don't know.
Yes, I did not blind copy anybody on that last email.
So love's theory or accusation wrong.
I apologize. Yeah. Any allegation that there was some sort of teamwork or conspiracy against the state of Georgia and against your client, Mr. Copeland, is that true at all?
It is categorically untrue.
All right. I want to thank you so much. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Love, do you have questions of Mr. Melnick? Hang on just a second.
Just briefly.
Okay, hang on. You have questions too? All right.
Hey,
I'll
Love.
let Mr. Sharp go.
And those are the court's copies.
Okay.
Mr. Melnick, if you're more comfortable taking the witness stand, that's fine, but, okay.
Mr. Melnick, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, Shart.
As part of your representation of Mr. Copeland, as part of your representation of Mr. Copeland, yes, sir. Did you also make it known? Did you make your representation known to the defense counsel in this case, specifically myself and Mr. Steele?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. In your dealings with the defense in this case, have myself or Mr. Steele ever gone behind your representation, to your knowledge, and attempted to speak to Mr. Copeland without your knowledge and understanding?
I have no knowledge of that. I'm not aware of any time that would have happened.
Since you were alerted about the state speaking to Mr. Copeland, have you read the transcripts from the ex parte communications?
I have mostly read them. I'll be honest and say I haven't read the whole thing.
Okay. Have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was speaking to the state in the week leading up to June 7th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was in the actual courthouse speaking to the state on that week?
I became aware of that on either June 6th or June 7th.
Did you know anything about that as it was happening?
I did not.
Before you reached out to the state via those emails that have been introduced, did the state ever tell you that they were communicating with your client?
No.
How did you initially learn that the state was communicating with your client?
Are you referencing the week leading up to June 7th in 2024?
Yes, let me ask in a more precise manner. Did you become aware on Thursday, June 6, 2024, that the state had been speaking to your client that week?
Yes.
And did you become aware that the state intended to call your client to the stand on the next day, that Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, and how did you find out about the state's plans to call your witness to the stand?
I believe you called me.
Could you say it again?
You called me.
You being
Yes.
Max Sharp?
Yes.
Okay. And I called you on the telephone?
Yes.
Okay. In that conversation, did I ever ask you to do anything on behalf of myself or Mr. Steele or our clients?
Absolutely not.
Did I ever ask you to stop Mr. Copeland from testifying?
Absolutely not.
As a lawyer, is it appropriate to contact another lawyer about their client?
Objection, Your Honor, as to this witness being qualified to speak about what are in the ethics.
I would hope that every lawyer in the state of Georgia is qualified to speak on what we're expected to do under our code of ethics. I'm going to overrule that.
Would you repeat the question, please?
In your experience as a lawyer, is it appropriate for another lawyer to contact you about matters concerning your client?
That's Law School 101.
And is that what I did on Thursday, June 6, 2024?
Yes.
Mr. Melnick, before you got in, well, your testimony is you were involved representing Mr. Copeland throughout this entire period, correct? Before you emailed the district attorney's office about their communications with your client that you were unaware of, to your knowledge, had Mr. Copeland been granted any sort of immunity or legal protections for his testimony?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. After you contacted this district attorney's office and actively communicated with them about your client, what protections was Mr. Copeland granted?
Use immunity.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Any other defense attorney with questions for Mr. Melnick?
Good supplement from Shart.
All right. Hearing no other. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Melnick, I'm just gonna be a little bit brief and I'm gonna clarify some things.
Clarify.
Is Defendants Williams exhibit. Yes, Mr. Hart.
Or speak just more loudly.
Sure.
Or come around and, yeah.
I'll take the stand.
Okay.
He doesn't want to stand next to her.
You can leave him there.
Okay.
Does somebody have a copy of those exhibits for the court?
Judge, I'll give to the court the ones that he has admitted and I'll just go ahead and use the ones that I have copies.
Okay, thank you.
It's getting spicy, y'all. He do not want to stand next to Love. We got Melnick on the stand, y'all. Wow. He said, I'll go to the stand.
See where it is?
Wow.
I don't actually see it. It sounds to me like it's on.
Sounds like it's on. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Melnick, and Your Honor, I'm going to use, unless the court instructs me otherwise, I'm gonna use the copies that I was given, that I've marked as defendants the way that they've indicated they should be marked exhibits.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Melvin, I'm showing you what is the copy of Defendant's Exhibit 1
Yes,
that was given to the state and to the court. Is this an exact copy of Defendant's Exhibit 1 that I'm showing you?
I believe so. I mean, I haven't printed them up. I don't know if there was another email that was.
Y'all are welcome to just use these if you want. That doesn't need to be an issue. I mean, they were handed to you, Miss Love, by Mr. Steele, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then they ought to be exact copies.
May I refer to them?
Just a second. Mr. Harvey, yes, can you not hear? Oh, me? Okay, sorry. I was just saying, I'm sure that the copies are the same, unless, but if she wants to use the admitted copies, she can. I'll trade you. How about that?
You're trying to make something out of nothing. Those the copies. Ooh wee.
Just make sure you get the admitted copies to the court reporter when we're finished with this.
Yes.
Thank you.
So showing you what has been admitted as Defendant Williams Exhibit number 1.
yes.
Looking at Defendant Williams Exhibit number 1, is that an extraction? In other words, is that a portion of an email cut out and isolated from a larger email?
I don't believe so.
Then I'm going to show you Defendant Yeah, I just may need the portions that I gave to the court because I don't see.
All right, here you go.
Yep. Thank you.
It's not the time, love. Better have that energy. Where's that energy you had all these weeks?
Showing you what I will mark as State's Exhibit one, copy of Defendant Williams Exhibit 1, Melnick Proffer. And I was provided this by Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
By Mr. Steele.
Yes. Could you look at what I've now labeled as State's Exhibit 1 and compare it to what has been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 1 and tell me whether or not those two documents, State's Exhibit 1, just for the purposes of the record, is a one-page document. Could you tell me whether these two documents contain the content from the same email?
So the content appears to be the same, other than the fact that on the one that you just marked, there what appears to be the seal from the Fulton County, the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
And in fact, the one that I've marked as State's Exhibit 1 is the actual email that Mr. Steele would have had access to, correct? It's a portion of the actual email chain, given that it has that seal on it.
Very often, if I'm sending an email, I'll just pick up from the last email that I sent to or from that individual. So that may well be, there may have been a prior email, but I mean, if it was between you and I don't remember exactly when it was.
I'm showing you what has, I believe, been marked as Defendant Williams Exhibit number 2. Let's see if those two match. Give me 1 second, okay? Defendant Williams Exhibit 2.
So that was all she had about one?
So you'd agree with me that Defendant Williams Exhibit 2 is in fact the top portion of the email that I have labeled and tendered as State's Exhibit, or not yet tendered, but labeled as State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 1 just as evidence.
All right.
So they're combining it into
Now-
one exhibit.
Thank you, Jeff. So looking at Defendant Williams Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 1, are you able now to say with any more clarity that Defendant Williams Exhibit 1 is a document, a piece of paper where a portion of the email chain that is contained within Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1 has been extracted and pasted onto a piece of paper?
So I can't speak for how Mr. Steele printed this up. I wasn't there in his office when he did that or whenever somebody in his office did that. You are correct that what has been marked here as Mr. Williams Exhibit number 2 is part of a chain of communications between myself, yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Short. Looks like there's a CC to Antonio Long as well. Yeah, so this is a, but these emails were sent after the State's Exhibit 1, which is also Mr. Williams Exhibit number 1. These emails dated, so you can see here, Ms. Love, this is dated June 6, 2024, 5:47 p.m. Yeah, this is dated June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m. Right. So this is just part of the same line of communications that we were having, where I said, Mr. Copeland doesn't want to plead, doesn't want to testify, wants to take the fifth. Ms. Hilton responds, and then I respond to her response. And in her response, this is where you get your insignia for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Okay, so let me be clearer.
Wix gives you the power.
Did you ever forward that separately to Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharp?
I think I just forwarded, I mean, I wouldn't have had to because they got the emails. Right,
Okay.
so they got this email initially.
Y'all, when y'all are saying this email, we have no idea
I got
what
you.
you mean. Can you refer to the exhibit numbers?
They got Mr. Williams' email number 1, exhibit number 1, which is the first email from June 6th at roughly 4:30 p.m. Then there was a response from Ms. Hilton, June 6th, 4:57 p.m.
And that's marked Williams 2.
Williams 2, thank you. And then I respond to that June 6th, 5:47 p.m.
Okay, so
And that's also on Williams
2,
right?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
So as it pertains to my original question, Defendant Williams Exhibit 1 was never a communication that you sent separate from the emails that are contained in Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1. Is that wrong or right?
That is wrong.
Okay, so you sent, without forwarding the rest of what is labeled as Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1, you sent an email that contained only the document that is labeled Defendant's Exhibit 1 to Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, Ms. Hilton, and myself.
I sent it on June the 6th at 4:30.
Right. And do you also see June 6th at 4:31 p.m.? And when you say 4:30, you do mean 4:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you also see June 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. on the email State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And in fact, the email State's Exhibit 1 is at the bottom, meaning it came before
Yes.
the emails that were Defendant Williams Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
Okay. And so given that State's Exhibit 1 looks as it does, are you saying that the email that is Defendant Williams 1 is the entirety and not a part of any other email chain that you sent?
This email was the first email sent. Okay, so when I say this email, I'm referring to Mr. Williams Exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Was the first email sent on June the 6th of 2024.
Okay.
That is the first email. Mr. Williams exhibit number 2 is the continuation of that chain of emails in which Ms. Hilton responded to me, and then I responded to everybody else, including yourself.
Thank you for clearing that.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I'm going to give back to the court's copies of the emails.
Okay.
So we learned how replies work.
And I apologize, they're not.
Where is Hilton? That's what I want to know. Where is Hilton?
That's. Okay.
You were asked, Mr. Melnick, about.
Oh.
You were asked by Mr. Sharp.
The
how
mics
did you
are
become
rejecting her.
aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Okay. Let's try to figure out where that squelch is coming from.
Might
and
be from me. I may have been too close.
Okay.
To the
Where
microphone.
states one, Miss Love?
And Your Honor,
If
the
you've
court
got-
did now, that's in there.
Yeah, you did. It's submitted. Thank you.
Did we clear up the squelch? Is it gone? Okay.
It seems to be.
Is it the court's mic? Okay. I'll step away from it so that I'm not echoing.
Please.
Mr. Melnick, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did you understand that question to me in 2024?
Leading up to June 7th of 2024, yes.
Did you answer how you became aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
I did,
How did you become aware?
because Mr. Shar told me.
Okay. And when Mr. Sharp called you, was that the first time that you were aware that the state had been talking to Mr. Copeland?
Since, I mean, I was aware of an interview that took place with, I think it was investigator Viverito. I don't remember the date of that interview, but it was during a time when I was representing Mr. Copeland. But other than that particular communication, that was the first time I became aware of any direct communication between the district attorney's office and Mr. Copeland.
And when you speak of the interview by investigator Viverito, was
Mhm.
that while she was with the DA's office or while she was with the Atlanta Police Department?
I do not know.
And was that interview one that you have seen or have knowledge as a part of the discovery in this case, or something different?
I have knowledge of it. I've never seen the interview. I know that it exists.
And was that interview a formal interview while he was in custody at the jail?
Yes, as I recall. I mean, I haven't seen the interview, but I believe he was in custody at the time.
And did you give permission for that interview? I'm gonna turn this off.
Just speak loudly.
Did you give permission for that interview, or did Mr. Copeland reach out to investigator Viverito to talk to her?
I have no idea. I did not give permission for that interview. I do not know if Copeland reached out to her or not.
And had you been paid by Mr. Copeland or retained by Mr. Copeland to represent him on criminal charges at that time?
Yes,
And was that prior to March of 2023 that this interview took place?
yes.
Do you recall at any time representing to any member of the district attorney's office in 2023 that Mr. Copeland had not paid you for your services?
No.
Do you recall telling a member of the district attorney's office that you were not representing Mr. Copeland on his criminal charges because he had not paid you? I'm just asking if you remember. If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I represented him in his criminal charges to the end.
We understand.
Yeah.
Do we?
And when Mr. Sharp called you, what was it? What did he say to you exactly?
He said that Mr. Copeland was being called as a witness the next day, June the 7th of 2024.
So at what point how did he tell you that the state had been talking to you?
During the course of that conversation,
What did he tell you exactly?
he just said that the state's been speaking to Mr. Copeland.
How many times have you spoken with Kenneth Copeland between the time that Mr. Sharp called you and the time that you resolved his criminal matter before?
How many times did I speak with him between June of 23 and June of 24? I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but Mr. Copeland has always been in communication with me.
Did you speak with him more than one time?
Yes.
And during your communication with him, did he always have access to your phone?
Always.
Did he appear to always be aware that he could reach out to you at any time?
This is something where we're going to have to, I don't feel comfortable.
I can stop and pull that question all the way back.
All right.
And the court can decide if the next question is privileged. Did you assure Mr. Copeland?
I'm not going to talk about anything I said to Mr. Copeland. Period. I'm not going to talk about anything that I said to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Based on how you have already testified, is it safe to say Mr. Copeland didn't reach out to you and say to you?
I'm not going to talk about any communication I had with Mr. Copeland.
Oh, shucks. He said what he said.
Any idea why it would be Mr. Sharp who first alerted you that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
No.
Okay, Liz sick. Okay.
And are you aware of any communications Mr. Copeland made to state as it pertains to your representation of him after his criminal case was resolved?
I'm not.
Do you recall, you indicated that you spoke with Mr. Abadi of the district attorney's office regarding Mr. Copeland as a witness in the case that we are in trial on.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Mr. Abadi that you were not representing Mr. Copeland beyond the criminal case?
No.
Was the time or times that you spoke with Mr. Abadi in the context of resolving or getting a bond for Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
It was primarily with regard to the bond and the underlying criminal charges. I don't believe Mr. Abadi has much, if any, involvement in this case.
What is your recollection of what it was that you said to Mr. Abadi or anyone else regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really recall having, other than the fact that, you know, he's talked to me and I've talked to the state, I don't recall having in-depth conversations about it. Y'all were still in the middle of jury selection. It wasn't much of an issue.
Understanding you don't recall having in-depth conversations about it, what is it that you recall telling Mr. Abadi or any other member of the state about your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really have any independent recollection of anything specific.
How are you then able to say that you spoke with members of the state and told them that you represented Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in this trial?
Because I had specific conversations with Don Geary about this case and about Mr. Geary's desire to use Mr. Copeland as a witness.
Am I correct that that was pre-indictment?
Yes.
And am I correct that that was at a time when there was at least a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be a defendant and not only a witness?
That's correct.
So apart from the conversation you had with Don Geary pre-indictment, where there was a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be on the indictment, do you have any recollection of conversations that you had with members of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the current case 22 SC 18357?
Ms. Love, we did not have substantive discussions about what his testimony would be, but everybody in your office knew that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
With respect, I don't mean substantive. I'm asking you simply, do you recall what it was, if anything, you said to either Mr. Abadi or any other member of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the current case 22 SC 1835.
Just that I'm representing him.
And you recall specifically saying to some member of the DA's office, apart from the criminal charges that you helped resolve in 2023, you recall saying to a member of the district attorney's office, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the YSL trial.
I said that to you, okay?
That is your memory.
Yes.
Where was this? Was it on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Oops.
And what was it? Was it before or after Mr. Copeland resolved his criminal charges?
I guess before, because it was when we were talking about the bond issue.
And so what exactly did you say about your representation?
I said that I was representing him, and if you want to talk to him, talk to me.
And when you said you were representing him, is it true that you were talking about the criminal charges?
No, Miss Love, it's not true.
Did
And
you state that you were representing him beyond his criminal charges?
Y'all, he is calling this lady a liar dead to her face, y'all.
Had you finished your answer?
that's fine, yes.
Make sure he finishes his answer before you put the next one on the floor, okay?
Did you state that you were representing Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in the 22 SC 183572 case?
Yes.
Outside of the criminal charges?
Yes.
Oops.
Wow.
And did I hear you say that it was?
How he supposed to know what you heard?
You never once indicated that Kenneth Copeland had not paid you and you weren't even representing him in the criminal.
No.
So is it also your testimony that no one from the DA's office reached out to you to try and get you to go speak with Mr. Copeland
About what?
about his criminal charges?
Nobody tried to reach me to go talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
Is that your testimony?
I don't know why that would be necessary.
That wasn't the question. Answer the question.
No, I don't recall anybody speaking to me about going to talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
And so is it fair to say you also don't remember telling any member of the DA's office that you were on vacation and you were not able to deal with Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
So I resolved Mr. Copeland's criminal charges. As far as I know, I resolved them to Mr. Copeland's satisfaction. And it may well be that at some point I was on vacation and not available to go speak to Mr. Copeland. I don't recall specific dates and times, but there is no issue with communication between myself and Mr. Copeland. Okay.
So as it relates to the question that I asked, do you recall there being a time when you conveyed to the district attorney's office that you were on vacation and could not go to talk with Mr. Copeland?
Ms. Love, if you have such a communication, then I'm sure it exists. The fact that I may have been on vacation a day or a week doesn't mean that I wasn't communicating with my client. Okay?
And if you would mind answering whether or not you recall.
I don't recall.
All right, y'all, we've been at this for over an hour and it's really not particularly relevant anyway, so let's wrap things up.
Yes. When you spoke about Mr. Herzog and you said he's never involved in the case, do you know what it was that he was talking about?
He was calling me about Mr. Copeland testifying in the YSL trial.
And you spoke with him
Yes.
and he said that?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that Mr. Copeland didn't want to testify.
Now, that was in March.
That was in June of 2023.
And did Mr. Herzog ever say he was working on that trial?
That was my understanding of the purpose of his call to me.
Did he say he was working on it?
Yes.
You indicated, and Your Honor, I have about 5 more questions.
All right.
You indicated that upon questioning by Mr. Steele, that Your concern regarding the district attorney's office communication with Mr. Copeland was Mr. Copeland's criminal exposure and that the DA's office was seeking use immunity. And that you considered it ironic that a motion would be filed on June the 7th, considering there should have been, or wasn't, apparently there was no grant of immunity prior to that time. Do you recall saying
I
that?
do.
You never once asked the district attorney's office what protections the immunity afforded to Mr. Copeland.
I'm familiar with what use immunity is, Ms. Love.
Do you recall telling Ms. Hilton in the presence of an investigator that you had never heard of OCGA 245507?
I believe that I did not know that that was the use immunity statute, but once I read the order and saw that it was the use immunity statute, I'm very familiar with use immunity. I've been doing this for 30 years.
And so you are aware then that there wasn't a need to seek use immunity, but that the motion was to compel Mr. Copeland to testify after the state had offered him immunity.
I feel that the motion and the order that was granted to Mr. Copeland did not protect him very much at all.
And finally, in writing to the email that is labeled Defendant Williams Exhibit Number 5, you wrote, "My concern is for my client. Had I been involved, I would have demanded
He's gonna read
a
it.
much more specific immunity.
Mhm.
You need him much more than he needs you. You've put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. Go F yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client."
Yes.
So what specifically did you intend to, you didn't include in here anything particular that you were to worry about with the immunity result, but you were very specific about Mr. Copeland's potential danger from testifying. Is that wrong or right?
We all know that Mr. Copeland is in danger by virtue of his testifying here.
Now, are you asserting that he is in danger from any member of the state from testifying?
No.
And what specifically did you want, more specifically, in the, because you do understand it's not an immunity deal. We can't use anything he says in any way against him.
Yes.
So understanding that, and that the motion was simply to compel Mr. Copeland to testify, given that he had received that, what much more specific information did you want to see in the meeting?
I would have demanded that he be given immunity from all state level prosecutions as a result of any action he may have had involved with any other individual in this case. And I would have seen if we could have included the feds in that as well.
And did you not understand Mr. Copeland, or did you want more than what he was entitled? Did you not understand him to have been afforded immunity from anything he was asked about criminally, whether it was from the state or the defense?
All that protects him from is from you using his testimony against him.
So you did not understand that it actually protected us from using that testimony in any way to get information about him to prosecute him regarding those acts? You didn't understand
It protects him from from his testimony at trial being used against him, Ms. Love.
And anything derived from that
And anything derived from that testimony.
Anything derived from that testimony. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So given that Mr. Copeland could not be prosecuted for anything he testified about criminally, and the state could not use his testimony to go seek additional information or reasons to prosecute him,
But you already know it.
what is it that you would have been seeking to get?
So we are
Privilege.
getting dangerously close to privileged communications here. So, but I told you what I would have demanded. I would have demanded absolute immunity from any state level prosecution for any criminal action involved in this matter.
Even those that he didn't speak about at all.
Yes.
And could you tell us just why it is that you would have felt that that was
I think that's,
something that should have been afforded?
I'm not going to get
even
into
if it
that.
did not?
I'm not going to get into that, Ms. Love. I'm not going to get into that.
The judge should say something.
Yeah, I think that's all that.
All right, is there any
Holy
further
moly.
questioning? Okay, Mr. Melnick, this time you can actually go. Thank you for your time. All right.
What a
All
train
right,
wreck.
let's move on to the next issue. All right. We're done with this, right? Everybody satisfied?
The camera.
On the record, and without calling unless the court finds it necessary, that the lawyer who was.
Okay, in just a second. Yes, sir.
I do not accept any proffer by Ms. Love. I've told the court that before, but that remains.
All right.
I'm rejecting it. She wants to testify, then that's fine.
Don't talk while somebody else is talking. Let him finish. Let me rule. Then you can go ahead. I will listen to what your proffer is, because it's really not for Mr. Steele to accept or not. It's for the court to accept or not. Go ahead.
That Mr. Abadi, who was earlier present in court, was on the call that I think Mr. Melnick referenced that he had regarding, he said he spoke to Mr. Abadi about Mr. Copeland and his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Mr. Abadi would testify that Mr. Melnick specifically and explicitly said that he didn't want to have anything to do with his YSL case, that he was not representing him in his capacity as a witness in this case, and that when he was done with the criminal charges, that was it. I believe that he made some reference to used car salesman or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but if necessary, I will bring Mr. Abadi back at some point to testify.
All right. Well, if I am presented with a motion that makes that testimony relevant, then we'll hear from him at that time. My point in all of this was just so that Mr. Melnick could feel like he'd cleared his name. All right. Okay, so anybody need a restroom break before we move to our next topic? All right, let's take 12 minutes and be back at 10:30.
And Your Honor, there's
Love said, please.
omitted parts of the transcript. I just want to let you know. What we
Okay, here we go. When we get back, I
Omitted
guess.
parts of the transcript. Yeah, that's what the next topic's going to be. Yes.
That's going to be good. We got a little suspenseful 12-minute break, and we're going to talk about omitted missing parts of the transcript. So, break. Now, guys, a big part of what we were hearing this morning, if nothing else, it's for the record. It will be on the record. And a lot of you guys were noticing it in the chat, but it seems like either what Love was doing was because she was really reaching, or maybe she was trying to have something in the record that looked confusing or uncertain. But ultimately, what did we get out of that? I think she made it worse for herself, because she ends up getting Melnick to say on the record, and there's really no rebuttal to it, that I told you, Miss Love, I told you I was still representing Kenneth Copeland. You specifically, personally knew. All of that questioning, and we get something out of it that looks even worse. We get even worse for Miss Hilton, Miss Love, the state. Yeah, Ian just said it too. She, meaning Love, buried herself in such a deep hole. She really made it worse. It would have been one thing if she went up and just tried to blather and just kind of muddy up the water. But I think she really made it worse. Linda says, great for a bar complaint, in my opinion. And hey to everybody that's just joining now. We just watched, Melnick. He took the stand. He was at the podium until Love got next to him at the podium, and he said, I'll get on the stand. He just beelines it, goes, sits down. Oh, that was funny. We had the judge twice. There were a few times she made comments to the state, but there was twice where she really barked at Adrian Love. And that was, oh my God, that was good. That alone was worth it. And then Melnick comes back and says, well, that's law school 101. Saying that, you know, is it appropriate for us to try to be contacting a client if he may be a witness in a case? Love tried to object. And the judge was like, I hope every attorney in this room understands that that's acceptable. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah, okay. This is a better way to put it. So Ian says, not even, don't ring a bell and then try to unring it. Oh my gosh. Kels, thank you so much, by the way. You became a new subscriber and here to stay. I like your style. Thanks so much. You know, let us know what you're thinking as we go by these fun moments with Love. Judge Whitaker saying, hold on, don't go into privileged territory. Like, just dumb. And honestly, even if you know an attorney can't answer because of privilege, the questions she was asking, and of course this isn't in front of a jury, but the questions Love was asking that tiptoed or barged into privileged territory all kind of had the inference behind them that Kenneth Copeland may have done and or may have confessed to, or may have just said he did something, whether truthful or not, something much more egregious than would be protected by a 5-year look-back window in a statute of limitations. I don't even know why Love would want to tiptoe on that territory. Just crazy. But who knows? And then, okay, so I had started this comment earlier because we were debating about, you know, do these deputies in the courtroom, do they have body cams? Are they running? Would they be running in chambers? And a bold-faced whopper, one of my favorite names to see in the chat, they had body cam of one of the defendants getting searched, Lil Rod. So there you go. That would have been something in courtroom. Maybe it's something they turned on because they knew they were about to search him. But at least at some point, we know for sure they have some body cam footage in the courtroom because they searched one of the defendants.
At Henry Meds, our knowledgeable providers demystify compounding.
Let us know. Are you in law school? Are you a lawyer? Do you just like law nerd stuff? Let us know because I'm looking at your username. And then Kel says if unprepared was a person, and it's so funny you said this at 9:48 a.m. But if you had said it at 10 or 10:10 or 10:15, I think it still all would have applied. Twins' dad says, it's funny how Love is acting like the defense and Melnick can't be trusted when she's the one who's been untruthful. Well, and that's why it was such like a pushback to be like, I told you directly, Love. So this 15 minutes of questioning, all based around, you know, Love is trying to create confusion about whether or not somebody at the district attorney's office should have known or should have reached out to Melnick. And then after all of it, Melnick's just like, I told people knew, it was on the record. People knew I was representing him. Yeah, there may have been a payment issue, but I still represented him through completion of the criminal action. And I still represented him after that. I have communication. My line of communication with Copeland has been open. There's never been any issues with our communication. And then Love goes, but did you tell anyone directly? And he goes, I told you. I'm like, come on. Come on, come on. Mahadi de Jesus, good to see you this morning. She is crowding Melnick. Guys, that part, I don't know what was worse. Watching her stand at the witness stand screaming right in Melnick's face, because it was really loud the way she was speaking. Or when she went over to the podium and the mic was screeching the whole time. Like, it just didn't get any better. And thanks, Kels, for becoming a member. You guys know when you're a member, you get the Mario Kart emojis. You can race amongst yourselves. Pia, this was so funny when you sent it. That's her actual voice squeal. And then I bookmarked this because the chat has been killing it. Thank you guys so much for wishing Drea, who is a great and very much loved mod here, a happy birthday. She'll be celebrating her birthday this weekend. But in the chat, we're going to celebrate her all week. So thanks so much. I saw you guys, the balloon emojis, everything. Thank you for wishing her a happy birthday. And then Mahadi for the 5, thanks so much, says, Melnick just said it all. Your office knew Your office knew Woody had counsel. And all of that, her point of questioning was to try to muddy that, and it just got worse. Pierre's giving a new name. Instead of CDDA Love, it's now CDDA Squeal. Sonia Ness. Exactly, Kat. Wasted all of that time trying to cover her lies. She never gives a yes or no answer when that's all that's needed. The point was made. They knew. I think she repeated that point over and over and over. Thank you so much for the 10. And then Dublin Mug. Okay, so I think we're getting clarification on the body cam. So thanks for the super chat. It wasn't in the courtroom. They body searched him in the back, and they basically ripped his clothes off searching for something. Was it in the courthouse, though? So, right, it was still in the courthouse, and it was one of the deputies that had their body cam on. So they weren't filming in the courtroom, but we did get some body cam deputy action outside of the courtroom, but within the courthouse. So it seems like there may be, times they're supposed to switch it on or switch it off. I wonder if there's I could just read the written camera rules of this courtroom. Maybe I can Google it. Because we're all like, ooh, how does this work? Yeah, that's a good point too. See, Travel says judge sees the motions coming tonight. We're going all day, chat. And you guys, just so you remember, I'm going to try splitting it into 2 parts. So a morning half and then an afternoon half when we come back from the Judge Whittaker.
Hey y'all, if y'all here with me, shout out to all my Kim Bays and my Kim Boos. We is watching Kat Not Williams. She be having some good insight on some things that I don't know. So I would like for y'all to hear her out. And they be popping shit in her chat. So it's very interesting to see other people's point of views and things like that. If you're new to my channel, make sure you subscribe. Show me some love in the chat. I do talk back. It's nothing but good vibes over here. We are on a 12-minute break, apparently. We'll probably be getting back on at 10:30 with the court. It's just crazy how Love tried to still justify some shit and she didn't make a relevant point at all. The point was that y'all knew that he was represented by Melnick and y'all made it seem like y'all had no idea. So that's a problem. So yep, just like this person said, the judge sees motions coming tonight, a lot of them. And you guys all know that the attorneys, they do once a motion go in is for everybody unless they opt out. So we'll see what happens, but it didn't really work out in the state favor. She went up there and asked all these questions, like the judge said, over an hour. We just wanted to know, did y'all know? And we heard it from the horse's mouth. Melnick told you, Love, Adrian Love, he spoke to you, and you knew that Woody or Copeland was being represented by Melnick. Point blank, period. There was no other questions that needed to be asked. But she tried it. So for a little bit longer, we're just going to tune in. And the court should be coming back on soon.
Likes to take an hour and 20-minute lunch breaks. So I think she aims for an hour and a half, but she'll shave 10 minutes off because 10 minutes were used somewhere else. So I'm going to split it into 2 videos today. That way, if anyone wants to come back and look at a part they're not now.
Dave, I just had to pick you up, give you some screen time because this case is crazy. It is all over the place. It is a lot of egos in here. Once everything is being talked about on YouTube, a lot of people know that this is being talked about on YouTube, so they are trying to show out. But it's so crazy that the defendants have to go through this. It is definitely an ass case, need to be thrown in the trash long ago. It should be a mistrial. It should be acquitted. It's just been too many things violating these people's rights. It is crazy. But thank you for pulling up and thank you for your comment.
Navigating through like a 9-hour block. I can have my own little convenience comfort break, And we're talking about Lil Rod being searched. That was Lil Rod. And then Yolanda says the best part was when Love went to the stand by Melnick. He said, "Judge, I'll take the stand." That was so funny. It was almost like a cartoon skit, like a sitcom skit.
Yeah, that's because they sick of Love. Like nobody wants to be bothered with her because it's just a bunch of mess behind this lady. It's crazy when your colleagues or the attorneys don't want to be bothered. And it's kind of crazy because they have to tread lightly because you already know they may have to go to another trial with someone else with this prosecutor. So a lot of people got their guard up, but a lot of people is doing things by the books, and Love don't like that. She does things her way. She lies out of things. We have all witnessed this. So it's crazy. That was crazy that he was like, Melnick said, "Oh, I'll go on the stand. I don't even want to stand up here anymore." He stood at the podium with Steele, but when Love came, he said, "I'm going to the stand and we can do it like that," because he don't want no problems, or he don't really like her. Let's just put it on the floor. They do not like Adrian Love, period.
Yeah, and I think Love was rattled too. I mean, she put a lot of focus. I mean, she spent a good 10 minutes just trying to make an issue about Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 by the defense not being combined. Like, she wanted the reply to be part of the same exhibit. And then the court and then Melnick had to school her on, do you see the date here? This one says June 6th at 4 something p.m. And then this one says June 7th at 11 something a.m. like we can distinguish why they're different. Oh, that was a time. Yeah, trick him with the seal. Anthony points out that Love gets faster and louder when she's rattled and annoyed. Guys, how different do you think this would have gone if this was a Glanville hearing?
Still would have been shut down. Melnick would have been shut down. Love would have been able to keep
Yeah,
asking
Love is
more
reaching.
questions. She's definitely
The camera's
reaching.
shaking, but I guess that might just be when the media pool sits down. Like if they leave the room and then they come back in, maybe they like bump into the camera and that's why it shakes. My brain always wants to think they're about to start repositioning it to the bench. And don't forget, didn't we have like a big audio check Friday? I know it was for the headphones. They can hear the exhibits. Everybody in the courtroom can hear the exhibits as they're being played on the screen.
Shout out to Kat. Let me speed it up. Maybe we behind. Yeah, we're behind. Okay.
Here.
But they
What
haven't
else
started
would
yet.
Brian have if he says it's not the full transcript? Brown has the recording, I bet. So speaking about Deputy Brown, who's apparently the deputy that initially told Brian Steele they were in this June 10th ex parte meeting. Now, think about the Max Shart motion the renewed motion for a fair trial that we looked at on Friday. Think about that. In a footnote, he goes into detail about how Judge Glanville called him into chambers and said, "I have this video of you. Someone overheard it." My best guess is that he expected maybe a deputy standing behind it. When we get the camera panned to where the defense is and it turns to where Steele and Shard are all sitting in the back, there's usually at least one deputy standing behind that final table. So something that crossed my mind is, well, what if Judge Glanville in this conversation with Max Shard was referring to a deputy and trying to imply that one of the deputies may have recorded it? Shard only challenges the idea that, there was no video ever produced. I didn't say it. The media wasn't recording at that moment, that day. But what if Glanville in his head, because he's mentioned he's been tracking people from the start, what if he's had these deputies have their cameras on when they're near the defense table? What if they have audio? What if they actually have audio of this meeting? So I don't know how the deputy would have accessed the recording necessarily. I don't know if that's something they can just access on their own. Okay. And we're back, you guys.
Mr. Steele, move into our next topic. Okay.
I do need to get.
Oh, I guess if Zoom's relevant, I better get on the Zoom also. So give me a second to do that also.
Weinstein with the power red tie.
I'm pretty Zoom illiterate, so I'm going to need a little assistance.
How can anybody be Zoom illiterate in this day and age after all of our COVID era Zooming?
I know enough to not turn myself into a cat.
Okay, if you can let me in, and I guess. Are we going to be hearing from somebody over Zoom?
I just have a brief TikTok that I need to play.
Really?
It's very brief.
Oh my God, is it Woody?
Okay.
Okay, your whole case is built on
Well, this
social
is
media
part of the
posts.
proffer, so it's your choice. I can do it or I cannot do it.
I
Your
have
Honor.
no idea what it's going to be.
I can tell you what it will be.
Why don't you tell me first?
Wow.
Put it on the
This will
record.
be a TikTok of Mr. Copeland speaking to Ms. Bumpus, where
Okay.
Mr. Copeland acknowledges that what is in the transcript the transcript is not complete from the June the 10th.
I knew this was going to come up.
Did Mr. Copeland read the transcript?
I don't know what Mr. Copeland has read or not.
So
If you don't want to hear it, then I can just do my proffer, Your Honor.
I mean, if that's what it says, it shows Ms. Bumpus talking to Mr. Copeland.
Believe it or not, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Copeland says, whatever. I mean, I don't care. Play it.
Play
You can
it.
take it for what
Right.
it's worth.
Play
I'll
it.
just-
Play it. Glanville would have said, "Oh no."
Let
Yeah,
me
let him
just-
play
if
it.
I can begin with my proffer, then I can play this, Your Honor. It is my understanding, based on my conversations with Ms. Bumpus, that while the transcript may be, let me be more specific, the transcript of the June the 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, and I'm not going to list everybody that was in the meeting, but that transcript was complete in the sense Bill was in the room
Mhm.
and the court reporter was in the room. I have no basis to believe that that transcript is incomplete for when Judge Glanville was in the room. But there was a portion of that morning, a significant portion of that morning, based on my understanding, where it was Ms. Hilton was in the room, Mr. Copeland was in the room, Ms. Bumpus was in the room.
And how is that your understanding? Because I don't see that from the transcript. And I know I actually said that at some point, but I went back and looked, and let me reference y'all to, let me find it. All right, so the beginning of the transcript, it is just if we all look at page 3, President Chambers were Judge Glanville, ADA Love, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, and investigators Long and Hamilton. And then they have a conversation that goes through page 22. On page 23, the proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03 because just before then, they had decided to get Mr. Copeland in and Ms. Hilton in. So when they go back on the record at 10:03, this is reflected on page 23, It's Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, investigators Long, Hamilton, some deputies, and then at some point, Mr. Copeland expresses that he might want to call his sister, and on page 36, Mr. Copeland says, this is not the sister, can I speak with her for a second, meaning Miss Bumpus? And it shows that Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Court Reporter Weaver, and the two DA's office investigators leave chambers at 10:17, return at 10:33. Then Mr. Copeland has a question for the court. And then on page 46, a sheriff's office person comes in and tells Judge Glanville, we have a security issue. We need to stop for a minute. And it reflects that Judge Glanville and that officer, Lieutenant Dean, exit chambers at 10:45. Judge Glanville returned to chambers at 10:47. Okay, and then there's something about he might want to talk to his sister, and on page 52, they appear to maybe call his sister, and Ms. Hilton says, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. And the court says, hold on. And Judge Glanville exits chambers along with Ms. Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hamilton, and the court reporter. They all leave from 10:53 to 11:28. When they come back in, and this was where I got confused, the court says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions? And I hadn't looked up to see who left before, so I thought maybe just the judge had left, but it appears that they had all left. So, I mean, I assume he meant, obviously we know Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland had been talking prior to this. So I guess that's what he meant. But anyway, that's where I had gotten that. So where do you get your basis that they were in there at some point?
I get my information from Miss Bumpus. So
Okay.
perhaps, and I don't know specifically at what point. I don't know if Miss Hilton came back in the room prior to going back on the record. I don't know. But at some point, Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and Miss Bumpus were in that room discussing things amongst themselves. And my understanding is that Mr. Copeland relayed information regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas and perhaps some other information that Miss Bumpus indicated would be Brady material. And so I just want to put that on the record that this happened.
Okay, so
Look at love.
you can't put that on the record
Well,
that it happened. You can put it on the record that Ms. Bumpus told you it happened.
Well, Ms.
Is that
Bumpus-
what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I want to hear from Ms. Bumpus if that's the case.
Okay. And then would you like to, are you interested in
If you
seeing this
want me
TikTok?
to, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm not interested in seeing
But
it,
if-
but if you feel like it's relevant, I'll watch it.
Thank you.
May we approach briefly with Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
What is
Dun,
the
dun,
issue?
dun.
If he want to play something that Woody said,
What do you think
then
Love is saying or gonna say?
she don't want them to show this TikTok. If Bumpy's got something to say, she needs to come. But you cannot
And
take away.
The deputy might be noting that I think Kayla may
Wow.
have been there, and then she said she left the courtroom because she's sick. So she might be in the hallway and not in the courtroom itself.
If she there, this would be
We'll
good.
have to see. Yeah, this
I
is
hope
a
she
very
is
big can of
there.
worms. Oh, you guys are chatting fast. There you go.
Wow. Okay, Thug got his hair done. Looking real fresh. Fresh to death.
Love is flipping out inside.
Yeah, she is. Because we already know Glanville would have said, oh no.
Yeah, Garrett, I can't wait to see these arguments, guys. I think we're going to get new motions today. If not, maybe tomorrow morning before court starts. Maybe we'll start early and look at them. But Garrett here still has case law that Brady issue still remains. And I'm sure he's going to hammer that home over and over.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
then positive masculinity, thanks for the Australian 5, is, I think the A means Australian, is today the allocated day for the state to show all the reasons to justify a mistrial. I think today, I don't think they expected to still be talking about Melnick, the transcript, the ex parte, now Kenneth Copeland and Kayla Bumpus on social media. And they're getting ready, they're going to play this TikTok, I think, because they're putting in the... And Jeffrey Williams wants to hear it. He said, I'm going to watch this TikTok. That's a good new picture of them, too. And hit the thumbs up. That was them saying hit the thumbs up on this video, you guys. That's definitely what they were saying. See? You guys caught it. I don't think Kayla's on vacation. I think Hilton's on vacation. That would be so funny if it was the Hellcat video. Like, come on. It's going to be the video of them having the conversation.
I wonder where Hilton was. She's on vacation.
Oh, this is to
Thug
hear
is
the sidebar. Okay, that's true.
There he is.
Dang, that's a
over
long time. That was like a minute and a half, 2 minutes just to start the sidebar then.
Is Thug listening? I don't think so. He probably over it.
Is Steele writing with a Sharpie marker?
He's
Can you
listening.
guys tell? That looks like a Sharpie marker. Let me put this down and I'm blocking it and asking you guys.
Oh, he listening. Okay. Make sure he
Or is
can
that just
hear.
like a weird looking pen?
He's listening.
Right? It's definitely a Sharpie. That doesn't bleed through the paper? Is he using like fancy cardstock to write his notes? Oh, so it's a pen version of a Sharpie maybe. Okay, I'm losing the comments because everyone's saying Sharpie. Yeah, but I feel like even with the fine tip, they still kind of bleed through regular paper.
This is crazy.
Okay, now I've got to try a Sharpie pen. I'm
It
using
is
a
a
cookie
difference.
pen. The judge would yell at me.
It just writes so smooth. We love a good pen. We love a good pen.
Yeah, I do really like Sharpies. I just, I usually write with them on thicker paper. Oh yeah, so this week, I think it was this weekend, maybe it was Friday, but I think it was either yesterday or Saturday. YSL Mondo was like, what's going on with Copeland? You're the one that spoke with the police and you're the reason these guys are locked up and here you are out here. And I think it was kind of a statement mostly towards Woody.
Y'all, we just talked about this, so
People are also platforming him after he's the one that got us all here. So, and that's food for thought too. I don't think anything's absolutely, I don't have a conclusion one way or the other in the absolute. Heck yeah, hit that button, hit that like button, you guys.
They so
Do you think the
tired.
guys are all happy to have something to listen to, or are annoyed because it's like love that they're listening to?
Probably both. Both, girl. Both. Look at him.
DJ, they ain't writing on normal paper. That's another type of tax bracket writing here. Yeah, they get the card stock. The paper cut papers.
Oh, you know Love was gonna have the most to say. Nobody ain't say nothing when y'all brought lyrics in and everything. He can play a TikTok
The
video.
poor court clerk. I'd feel so awkward if I just had to stand there like do 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 do.
What y'all think they talking about?
Well, it was Love that wanted to approach. It may have been relating to this TikTok. It may be relating to wanting to hear from Kayla. Because remember, the judge said she wanted to hear from Kayla. Right? Get in there, Kayla. I think it's probably Love just trying to figure out what she does or doesn't want. Because in a way, if they let the TikTok in, then maybe the judge doesn't want to call Kayla. No, I don't think they're playing it. I made that mistake saying something about, oh, they're gonna play the TikTok video earlier.
I had to reach down inside and say, how bad do you want this?
Way. I never noticed you had a heart-shaped potato as your picture. It could be they're discussing something that they don't want the media pool to pick up. I don't know what specifically. But we're gonna get some indication, some context based on what happens next. We're gonna hear like what questions are allowed, what happens. We'll get a clue. Oh, it could be a butt potato. It looked like a heart though. uh, no, everything that was said on the record today is on the record for the trial. Well, she did call it an ancillary issue, but this is still the case it relates to. But she was saying earlier we had exhibits, and Love wanted the clarification that the email exhibits wouldn't be published in the actual case, the actual trial. Remember what they said, what Judge Whittaker said at the beginning of the day, like how different people interpret things differently. I'm like, the potato looks like a heart. Yeah, and that's the other context too, you guys. When Fani was a defense attorney, she represented YSL Mondo. So that's some context, some surrounding context here. And Mondo wasn't part of this indictment, this YSL indictment.
They need to come on. What are they talking about?
Yeah, and it's possible they're watching it on a phone. Does he take a device back? Let's see. Fill us in. I want to know.
Me too.
We've got a resolution, and that is that we're going to take 2 minutes or so, Mr. Weinstein is going to go refresh his recollection by watching the TikTok himself. And then he represents that there are really only about 10 seconds that are relevant. It is one question by Ms. Bumpus and one gesture and short answer by Mr. Copeland. He's going to make himself a written record of what that actually says, and he's going to proffer that. So we'll take a quick break and allow him to do that. Then he can come back and put a more detailed, specific proffer on the record, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right, so we're in recess again.
So we're gonna get the question. I think the question was there anything missing from the transcript? And Woody's like, or was it complete? And Woody's like, he does like a very obvious head shake no. And I guess this is gonna be about a two-minute recess. I don't think it'll take long. Okay, so Christian says that it's a heart potato grown by my friend. That's awesome. I tried to grow potatoes. They were just small. They stopped growing. They were really little, and they were all just round and boring. And then the words where you know it ain't. Does anyone know where that TikTok is coming from? Because I know the stream was long. I don't know where to just quickly jump to the clip. But we'll find out. We'll find out because Weinstein's going to get it right. Maybe it was twice then, because I remember a YouTube video and I was assuming it was clipped, and maybe it was just simulcasted. Maybe it was broadcast live to YouTube and TikTok. And because of everything that happened with Kayla's YouTube channel, Doug is referencing the TikTok version. Yeah, there's meat on the bone. And in any case, not for nothing, but this is all stuff that if the trial continues, question Copeland on it too. I don't know if it's up on YouTube anymore. Okay, wait. A YouTube short, is it on Kayla's channel? Okay, let me go to Kayla's channel.
Oh, Dave, you still here with me? Love definitely nervous. She's spooked and nervous, shaking in her boots. She sure is. This is crazy. I know the video that they're talking about, and she definitely asked Woody, is
Yeah, whose
everything
channel
in the
has the short?
transcript? I'm gonna see if I can find it too. It's on somebody's TikTok. Let me see.
Because I don't think she has that still live.
No,
I don't think she re-uploaded it.
She had to delete everything.
Okay, perfect. We're going to Thugger Daily, who's way better at these video clips all the time. So first and foremost, Thugger Daily's Twitter, just drop that in the chat. Okay.
That's it.
Woody, is the transcript complete?
Wow.
You say no?
You know
that. So guys, I just want to say that even though Woody fired me, as you all know, I still have to protect his interests. And I want to say we will not be talking about the case. He cannot answer anything. Woody, is the transcript complete? You say no?
You know that.
And to me, it sounds like he says, you know that, not you know it ain't, but he's still shaking his head no, like it's not complete. So same meaning, a reasonable person would infer he's saying it's not complete, right? Would anybody in the chat interpreting this as Woody saying, yeah, it is complete? It's clear to me that he's saying it's not complete. So let me retweet this. We'll get back over to the court. We're still looking at the seal. Shout out to Thugger Daily. Really good always with like the relevant clips, the throwbacks. But yeah, the original live stream, it's not still on YouTube. It hasn't been re-uploaded. Yeah, so that's what I remember was watching it live. Maybe she'll re-upload it today. But let's see. And thank you so much, Miss AB. Good to see you. Good morning, I'm late. Who did Mr. Williams' hair over the weekend? Is he getting personally groomed in jail? Just wondering. I don't know, but it looks like tight, it looks clean. So whoever did it did a good job. And I like the hoodie with the name. Like, it's just making me think, because if you guys missed it, he's wearing a sweatshirt that says Jeffrey. And I just kind of like it because we had Love and the judge last week refer to him as Thug. So it's like kind of like an implicit reminder, like, you know, don't prejudice me by calling me my artist name. Here's my name in case you forgot. My legal name for the sake of this case. And then Marlena Mack, the realtor, thank you so much for showing some support. Yeah, so who retwisted his hair in jail? Okay, it might have been the link. Yeah, okay, guys, so I think only mods can paste URLs. When someone else tries to chat a URL, YouTube just gets rid of it because I don't think they want URLs. Like, you know, people can post funky stuff if you let everybody post links. So just a heads up to everybody, if you try to send a link, it won't work. But I'll put my email in the chat, which I need to check. But if you ever need to send something, send it there and then just put in the chat that you sent me something that needs attention like immediately, and we can take a look at it. I wonder if Doug's having, I mean, he must have it handy. Hopefully someone's like, Booker Daily just tweeted it, in case he needs an actual quick way to access it. Thugger Daily becomes an exhibit in the chat, in the trial. Yeah, right? Like, I saw someone say, the chat moves quick sometimes, but I saw someone say, how long does he need to watch this clip? He's writing down a summary. Yeah, I'm sure Whitaker's not loving that this is taking so long. Remember, she wants to bring the jury back Wednesday. And that's true. Cuff Boys did clip that too. Robert, good to see you. Robert points out that the Georgia Seal has 2 columns labeled wisdom and moderation, not terms I would associate with this trial. Yeah, no. That's a good point, MT. He could be talking to Kayla. Because I do think Kayla was there. I think Kayla just stepped out of the courtroom itself. Yes, the Honorable Thugger Daily. I gotta get it right. F-bomb says this is a Glanville 2 minutes. I'm not sure. I am not sure about Kayla. Because earlier in the chat, she said that she left because she wasn't feeling good. So I'm not sure if that means she left the courtroom, if she left the courthouse, if she left the state and went back to Texas. I don't know. We'll find out. Yep. Yep, Ken Thompson, thanks for the 5. Notice how mystified the judge was when she heard Kayla was on social media with her client talking about the case. Yep. And then, like, 2 sentences or so after that, she was saying she wanted to hear from Kayla. And I think we kind of all want to hear from Kayla, right? Especially about this specific issue. Yeah, and that, where Kayla, we know you're tracking her moves. And I wonder if some questioning could get into that because Kayla has said she's felt like, Hilton has said something about what she was in the courtroom doing to Miss Love because Miss Love wouldn't have known something otherwise. And that possibly deputies have been saying stuff. So maybe Kayla could give some additional context on that. We've been watching and tracking comment from that June 7th transcript. Yeah, get her on Zoom. Yeah, and wasn't her client anymore after that day she was fired. She was fired. And I think the other thing is whether they can get this in or not. If Woody takes the stand again, they could ask Woody some interesting questions. And I don't know what I think Whitaker would keep out or stop them from asking. And that's a good point. So, Ken Thompson, I can see a very real potential of this TikTok fact pattern being included in future attorney ethics training in Georgia. And this is a New Hampshire attorney here. And on one hand, you know, and she's not currently representing Woody, but still she said she's looking out for his best interests. This TikTok stuff could come in and work very well for the defense. Obviously, Doug Weinstein thinks it's important for his client's defense for this to be allowed in. I'm sure the other co-defendants agree. But on the flip side, the same thing could get your client in hot water. The same thing could get an attorney in hot water. Judge Whitaker ruled correctly, I think, in denying the state's request to bar extrajudicial statements by the defense counsel to the media. She's like, no, this is nobody crossed the line. So I'm denying this request to restrict. But if someone gets on TikTok and starts giving case details, then that's a separate issue. And we're so used to hopping on, we're kind of normalizing it that maybe we need to put a bumper on it. So great point, great food for thought. When I do this attorney panel on pronunciations, I would love to bring this up as a food for thought question. So thank you, Ken. And I don't know if we're coming back in. And then King Divine, thanks so much, says, people not realizing Miss Hilton said commit to murder in the transcript. Why would she say that if nobody committed to murder? And I agree.
All right, Mr.
She knew
Weinstein.
that's what the inference, what the reference was by
Thank you for
Woody.
giving me time to refresh my poor memory, Your Honor. So there is actually originally a YouTube video that I viewed on TikTok. And it's an interaction between Kayla Bumpus, Mr. Copeland's attorney,
Mhm.
and Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
And there's just is this feedback a problem? Okay.
Not right now, it's not.
Okay. So anyway, I viewed this interaction. I'll go ahead and proffer to the court the exchange that I witnessed. Ms. Bumpus says, Woody, is the transcript complete? Mr. Copeland then vigorously shakes his head back and forth, indicating no. Then Kayla Bumpus says, you say no? And then Woody responds with, you know that. So that's the interaction that takes place. Your Honor, as I think maybe you indicated, and certainly as the state indicated, perhaps the better source of this is Ms. Bumpus herself. She's here. I'd like to call her to the stand and we can hear her testimony about what took place on June the 10th, 2024, during the course of that ex parte that was not recorded in the transcript, not because of anything nefarious, but it would provide, I think, better insights into our position that there was Brady material June the 10th that was not captured in the transcript and not provided to us.
All right, let's hear it. Ms. Bumpus coming up, and Ms. Bumpus
Here we
is
go.
basically,
It
I
was
think,
there.
been in court all morning. Is that right? Okay, come on up and take the stand.
Oh, wow. This is a big, big thing.
What a
Ms.
Monday.
Bumpus, would you please
Wow.
stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Wow.
the truth?
Yes,
Okay, please be seated. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kayla Bumpus.
And what is your relationship with respect to Mr. Copeland?
I previously represented him on criminal cases, but for purposes of this case, I was a stand-in attorney
And what was your intent in representing Mr. Copeland?
to make sure that his rights were protected and to make sure that Jonathan Melnick was good to go.
All right, let's focus on the discrete issue that is before the court, okay?
Certainly. You were present in the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, is that correct?
Yes,
Have you read the transcript to the ex parte meeting?
yes.
I'm not sure if that is already an exhibit in this case, Your Honor.
It is, it's a part of the record as a
Okay.
transcript.
Okay,
It's been filed
All right.
in Odyssey into the case.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be an exhibit unless you want to make it exhibit for the purposes of this hearing, but it's in the record.
okay. I'll just be referring to that transcript. So have you read the transcript from the June 10th ex parte meeting?
Yes,
And does that reflect everything that occurred the morning of June the 10th during the course of your meeting? I believe that was in Chambers, is that correct? That was compound.
That was a
meeting
compound
that was
question.
compound. Was
Let's
that meeting
redo
in
that one.
Chambers? Where did that meeting take place?
in Chambers.
In Chambers. And was the ex parte transcript that you read a complete recording of absolutely everything that took place in Chambers that morning?
No,
Could you please tell me generally?
She said no.
When was there a time during the course of that ex parte meeting when y'all went off of the transcript?
Clarify what you mean by that, when y'all went off.
Was
of
there a
the-
break in the proceedings at some point on the morning of June the 10th?
multiple.
Multiple breaks.
Yes,
And during one of those breaks, did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Copeland with someone else, with someone from the states, the state present in the room?
yes,
And when you had that conversation, that was off the record. That was without the transcript being transcribed.
yes.
Let's clarify who is in the room
Yeah.
at this point in time.
Okay. Who is in the room? And again, let me just make clear on this. I only want you to speak about conversations that you had with Mr. Copeland. that are not privileged, where, for example, someone from the state
Which
was in the room. Do you
It
understand?
matters someone's in the room. Yep.
Okay. When there was a portion of that meeting that was not recorded on transcript, who was in the room?
Myself, Mr. Copeland, and Simone Hilton.
Ooh.
If anyone.
You
I
didn't
don't
say
know all the
attorney,
deputies.
prosecutor.
But were there deputies in the room as well?
Yes,
Do you remember how many?
So
4.
not privileged.
Okay. Anyone else other than the deputies and the 3 people you just named?
Wow.
Investigator Hamilton and maybe another investigator from the state.
Okay. Approximately how long was that?
Hang on a second. Was the court reporter in the room?
I don't know. I don't recall. I can't remember.
And at what point during the meeting did this allegedly occur?
Towards the end.
If you had a copy of the transcript in front of you, could you show me where? Like, if
I
you,
could get close, Judge.
okay. Do you have a copy for her?
I don't have, does anyone have a copy? I do not have a copy
Mine just
printed out.
disappeared. I don't know where mine went.
Max, do you have one?
Wow.
Maybe not. Let's get a clean copy.
Okay.
What had just occurred and then what occurred following it? What had just occurred prior to?
What had just occurred was we had been meeting for a really long time and I needed to go to the bathroom because I was stressed out. And
Okay.
when I went outside in the hallway, Simone was outside in the hallway. So I guess she didn't want to be in the room with Mr. Copeland while I stepped out. That's all I can think of. So she was outside. She met me in the hallway. And she said,
Okay, hang on before you get into what anybody said. So y'all are in chambers, like paint the picture for me. You're in chambers and then, and what happens for you to then leave chambers to go to the restroom?
I needed a break.
Okay, and so you leave chambers.
Yes.
And Miss Hilton leaves chambers.
I don't know when she left because when I left, she was still in there. But when I came from the bathroom, she was in the hallway.
Okay, when you left chambers to go to the restroom, who was in chambers at the time that you left?
Mr. Copeland, the deputies that were with him, about 4, Miss Hilton, the investigators from the DA's office, the judge, and the court reporter.
Okay, so you took a bathroom break.
Yes.
And as far as you know, you left and then you have no idea when or if anybody else left. But when you came back, Miss Hilton was in the hallway.
Yes.
All right. Well, then that's not the part we're talking about.
No. Well, I think it leads up to the part we're talking about, and that interaction with Ms. Hilton may
Okay.
be relevant to where
Relevant
we're about to go.
context.
Could you please describe the exchange you had with Ms. Hilton in the hallway?
So she asked me, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you guys are trying to say. And if he's trying to do what I think he's trying to do, then that's not going to work. And I said, well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess we can come back in and you could talk to him about it.
Okay. And so when you said you can come back in the room and talk with him about it, was there any further exchange in the hallway?
No.
What happened after that?
We go back in the chambers,
Excuse me, we being you and Ms. Hilton.
me and Miss Hilton.
You go back into the chambers, and then would you say again who was in the chambers when you went back in?
Well, Mr. Copeland had then went to the restroom, so it was just me and Miss Hilton in chambers, and then they bring him back in.
Did you and Miss, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off if you hadn't finished.
No, then the same other people.
Okay, when you and Miss Hilton were in the chambers prior to Mr. Copeland returning, did you and Miss Hilton have any further conversation in the chambers?
No.
Okay, when Mr. Copeland.
Hang on. So you and Miss Hilton go back into chambers. Do you go back? I mean, chambers is There's an anteroom where the judicial assistant sits. There's a staff attorney's office. There's the judge's office. Where are y'all? The judge's office?
Yes.
Okay, and when you and Ms. Hilton go back to the judge's office, there's nobody else there but the two of you?
And probably the investigators from the state.
You don't remember?
Well, the deputies had to take Mr. Copeland.
Okay,
yeah.
so Mr. Copeland was gone.
Yeah, he was in.
Was the court reporter there?
Yeah, she was there.
Was the judge there? If you remember.
I don't remember if he was in there.
Okay, so you and Ms. Hilton have a private conversation in chambers?
No, we don't talk.
Okay, y'all just walk back in and then what happens?
And then everybody comes back in.
Okay, who is everybody?
The judge, Mr. Copeland, the 4 deputies, the 2 investigators from the state.
Okay, we're just going to take it slowly, step by step, okay?
Okay.
All right. So those individuals return. Does Judge Glanville return to the chambers?
Yes.
Is the court reporter in the chambers?
Yes.
Okay. When all of these people are in the chambers, what happens next? A step at a time.
Simone starts talking to Mr. Copeland about what we talked about in the hallway.
What specifically did Ms. Hilton tell Mr. Copeland about what happened in the hallway?
I don't remember what she said at the beginning, because then she says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Who is the she that says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Simone Hilton.
Okay, ask the judge to step out. At that point, does the judge step out?
Yes.
Does anyone else step out?
I don't remember if the court reporter stepped out, but I know she stopped taking down what we were talking about.
Okay, and she may or may not have remained in the chambers.
Correct.
Okay.
And so at this point, you're saying that the judge is out, you, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland, 4 sheriff's deputies and 2 DA investigators are in chambers.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Next step. What happens next?
Wow, wow, wow.
Simone starts to talk to Mr. Copeland about
Oh, nothing works on this acne.
Hi. An impeachment.
Okay. What specifically did Ms. Hilton say about purging himself?
About purging himself once he began to testify that he would purge himself of him being arrested.
Okay. What about perjury did she tell to him? Did Ms. Hilton say to Mr. Copeland?
I think some of this is on the transcript, but she reiterated the fact that pretty much she wanted him to testify. She didn't know what he was going to say, but there was one thing that they know that he didn't do that she would not allow him to testify to.
Okay. What did Ms. Hilton tell Mr. Copeland was the one thing he knew, she
All
knew?
right, let's not assume any of this because this is your witness, so don't lead her, okay?
Okay. So when you say that, what did Ms. Hilton specifically say regarding that?
Well, first, Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this. I can claim all of this. I might as well just say I did all of this. And she said, but we know you didn't do all of this. And specifically, we know you did not kill Donovan Thomas. And I will not allow you to get on the stand and say that you killed Donovan Thomas.
And when Ms. Hilton said, I will not allow you to get on the stand and say you killed Donovan Thomas, did she say anything else with respect to that?
Pretty much, I was explaining to Mr. Copeland about independent evidence because she said if she had any independent evidence to prove that he was lying about anything, she would just use his statement to impeach him. But she would not necessarily press charges against him for perjury. But she said that if he said this thing, this one particular thing, which was the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, that she may move forward with perjury. And Mr. Copeland says, well, it's not just about me knowing that knowing who killed him, but it's about, I know more about that infinity, and I know something about somebody who's not even on trial.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there a second because there's a lot to unpack, okay? So do I understand your testimony to be that Miss Hilton said that she would prosecute him if he lied about the killing of Donovan Thomas, but she would not prosecute him if he lied about other things?
Yes.
Let's go back to the infinity, because I didn't catch all of that. What did Mr. Copeland say about the infinity?
You just say, I know something about the infinity that y'all don't know.
And how did Miss Hilton respond to that?
No, I don't remember, but basically she just like, okay.
Okay. What happened next in that meeting? Oh, can I stop you a second? Had Judge Glanville re-entered the chambers where you were at this point?
No.
Okay. Please continue. What happened after the comment from Mr. Copeland about the infinity?
I think that, I mean, she really didn't say anything about it. She just kept moving forward with explaining to him about she wasn't going to go for that lie about the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but whatever else you lie about, I'll just use it as impeachment. And that conversation went on for about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. At this point, we've been in there for 2 hours. And they gave me a second to talk to Mr. Copeland, and then that was the end.
Okay. Who gave you a second to talk to Mr. Copeland?
I guess Simone.
Did Simone Hilton remain in the room while you spoke to Mr. Copeland?
Yes, but she couldn't hear what we were saying.
And why do you believe she couldn't hear what you were saying?
She couldn't, I know, because we were whispering in we scooted away from her and we just kind of whispered in each other's ear.
Okay. Is there anything else that happened during the course of this meeting where Judge Glanville was not in the room that you haven't told us this morning?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's one time where Adrian says something about Judge Closure.
Where, I'm sorry, who?
Adrian Love.
Okay, let's
I thought that was
stop just a
Hilton.
second, okay? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. I believe your testimony earlier was that Ms. Love was not in the room, at least during this portion of the meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you referring to another portion of the meeting that happened that morning?
I don't remember if he stepped out or not. I just remember at one point she said, Judge, close your ears.
I don't remember if who said.
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
very
here,
unclear.
we're going to go back and try to clarify.
Let me.
Yeah.
All right. So the beginning of the meeting, it is Judge Glanville, Miss Love, and you,
Yes, Judge.
the court reporter, and then whomever the deputies are. Mr. Copeland is not there. Miss Hilton is not there. Is that correct?
No deputies.
Okay.
They don't come until Mr. Copeland comes.
Okay. So then it is just the judge, Miss Hilton, and you, and the court reporter, correct?
And the investigators.
The DA investigators.
Yes,
Okay. And so is it that portion of the transcript that you're moving to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And what did Ms. Love say?
I just remember her saying something about Judge, close your ears. And I can't remember if he steps out then for a second or not, but that would be the only other time I remember him stepping out.
What did Ms. Love say after Ms. Love said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So we've discussed that one portion of the morning where the judge was not in the chambers. Was there another time that morning, other than that one time we've been discussing, was there another time that morning where the judge was not in the chambers, but there was a conversation among you, Mr. Copeland, and someone from the prosecutor's team?
No.
Okay, that's the only time.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Does any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
I remember being Hilton, and it was in the transcript with the cover your ears.
And we have a copy of the transcript now if anybody needs it. A clean copy. Yeah. It's sitting right up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kayla has said she's nervous in general. She said she was nervous with the Rule 22 stuff too. But I'd be nervous.
She said she's really shy, so she's not.
They're kind of big questions.
Putting her on the spot. But she's handling it very
Go ahead,
well.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
Look at him.
Good morning.
He's waited for this for 2 months.
Counselor, was there a time in your presence that you heard someone give a direction for the sheriff deputies to shut off their body-worn cameras?
Absolutely.
Do you know who gave that direction?
Deputy Brown.
And do you know at what period of time or what point in time that occurred? Were you
Oh my.
alone with your
Wow.
client? Was it throughout the whole time? Were you with Miss Hilton? What was going on when you heard that?
That was the first thing he said when the deputies brought Mr. Copeland in.
So as far as you know, I'm not saying the sheriff deputies filed that order, but they were ordered to turn off all body-worn cameras as far as you were concerned.
Yes.
And this conversation that you
Wow.
just relayed to us with Ms. Hilton, you and Mr. Copeland, your client, was that a calm conversation? Was it heated? How would you describe?
It was, we had been in there for 2 hours. It was a high level of emotional tension, if that's a thing.
Okay, were people getting louder than we're speaking now?
Yes.
And who was
Adrian's
that
always
person or
loud.
people?
Simone.
Okay. And when you were talking about Mr. Copeland not being permitted to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Thomas, you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did Mr. Copeland in any way take responsibility for that killing that day to Miss Hilton?
Pretty much, he just said, you don't know what I did or didn't do.
Okay. And that was said to the prosecutor about the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know if you saw Miss Hilton taking any notes or recording the meeting, or any of the people with her recording this meeting or taking notes?
I'm not aware.
It says, and the court just gave a transcript, I don't know where it is, but you can look at it. No one's trying to trick you. It says on page 40, towards the bottom, it's the Honorable
Yes.
Judge.
It's fine.
If you need to look at it, if you don't need to look at it, that's fine. Just let the record reflect. It should be on page 40. If you need it, it's June 10th. It should be 2024 ex parte conference that you were part of. And Judge Glanville says something to the effect, I'm not looking at, this is not a quote, but it appears to be to Mr. Copeland. Do you remember when Mr. Love told you that as long as you don't tell a bold-faced whopper, something like that? Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just, so the court, unless the court has it in front of her, what
I've got
line
it
that
in
is?
front of me.
Do you know what line that is? Or it begins on?
12.
Okay.
Well, 9, but 12 specifically, what you're referencing to.
I couldn't hear the last part.
9 is when he starts talking, but 12 is when he gets into that part.
He being Judge Glanville.
Yes.
Okay. And what information do you have that Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about the bald face whopper?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again? Well,
Yeah.
apparently Ms. Bumpus didn't understand it any better than I did.
Yes. Do you
What's a
have any
bold-faced whopper?
information to educate us on when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about you can't make a bald face, whatever it says, whopper?
Hang on just a second. Yes, Ms. Love.
My objection is that the question itself assumes a fact that has not been established.
Sustained.
Read what it says if you don't mind. Since it's
Tell me
in
what
it.
page we're on again.
40.
Okay. Thank you.
The court, the state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Ms. Hilton is telling you is just the truth as you know it. And let her worry about, I mean, even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your First Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That part you said about, you remember earlier this morning, Ms. Love telling you about the bold-faced whopper. That's what I'm focused on. Can you tell us, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland that morning?
What's your basis?
Again, assuming facts that have not been established, the question I believe was, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland?
Okay, so I think that's based on the fact that what was just read out was read out. So I don't know that Judge Glanville's statement establishes that, but that's why he's asking it. So I'm going to permit him to ask that, and she can, keeping in mind that that doesn't establish that it occurred. Ask it as a more conditional question, I guess.
Do you have any information how that came about, if it occurred at all?
So the meeting was really long and a lot happened. I can't remember if Ms. Love was ever in the room at the same time as Mr. Copeland. So I don't remember them being in the room together. And if they were, they did not have any communication.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in that transcript, I have to get you the page if you don't remember, Judge Glanville handing something to you for Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely.
Can you tell this court what that was?
Which time?
Every time. So go one at a time.
So the first time, I believe he handed me a copy of the immunity order.
Okay.
And the second time, he handed me 2 statutes, one on perjury, and I think the other either on impeachment or, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay. Any questions, written out questions you remember being handed to you or Mr. Copeland? District Attorney's questions, was that given to Mr. Copeland?
No,
Okay, you remember that discussion?
no.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bumpus.
Good morning.
Counselor, I want to take you back to that Monday, June 10th, 2024. When you arrived for court that day, you were arriving to represent Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes.
As a witness?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go when you entered the courthouse?
I came right here.
To this courtroom 1C?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Copeland ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
I was down here and when I got here, the courtroom was closed. There was no one here. And so I contacted Mr. Chamberlain and he came down. He told me to call him when I got in the courthouse. So I called him when I got in the courthouse and I was right here. And he came down and got me, took me upstairs.
Okay. Were you ever told why you were going upstairs?
I was never told why I was going upstairs, but once I got upstairs, I thought I was upstairs because that was the only place I could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. At what point did you realize that you were being made part of an ex parte meeting?
When Brian got up there and said it.
When what? I'm sorry, I just,
Brian.
who's Brian?
Like Attorney Steele
Okay.
got up, and that was the first time I really realized that anything had happened, because I had been sitting there and I did not realize what was happening.
Where are you? I thought you had just been brought upstairs to Judge Glanville's chambers.
But it was never a time where they said, oh, we're about to meet. They literally just start talking. So
Mr. Steele's there?
No, the first time I realized what had happened was when Mr. Steele made his motion in court.
Okay, so you were in chambers with Judge Glanville and Miss Hilton. And Miss Love, correct?
What I'm saying is,
you answer the question that I am asking you. You were in chambers with Miss Hilton and the judge. I'm sorry. There are two different parts to this ex parte. You were in chambers with Miss Love and the judge and a court reporter, and y'all had conversations, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware prior to that morning that this case was being tried, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware that Miss Love was a member of the prosecution team, right?
yes,
And that Judge Glanville was the presiding judge at the time.
yes,
And that there were defense attorneys on the other side of the case, right?
yes.
Okay. And so when you went into the meeting, you could see that there were no defense attorneys present, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was going into a meeting.
Ma'am, I understand. Answer the question I asked you. You could see at that point in time that there were no defense attorneys present in the chambers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at that point in time, you knew this is a meeting with the prosecution and the judge and no defense attorneys, right?
What I'm saying is,
Ma'am, answer the question I am asking you.
I didn't realize it was a meeting.
Okay, so at the point when people started talking, let's call it a meeting at that point in time. Okay.
Okay.
And so you knew that the defense attorneys weren't there then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew it was an ex parte.
Thank you, Republic.
If you knew the term ex parte.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And in the meeting, who initiated the conversation about the purpose of the meeting? Was it you?
No.
Okay, who was it?
All right, let me ask y'all a question. I can read what's in the transcript. So unless there's, something that we're saying occurred before, the court reporter said, okay, I'm ready whenever y'all are. I don't need an exposition of who said what. I can see it, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right.
Okay, the mic doesn't like Shard either.
Ms. Matthews.
Oh, Keratin Matthews. Okay.
Ms. Bombas, good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. At any time during the meeting that took place between the court, the prosecutor, yourself, Mr. Copeland, were you ever told by the court not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting?
All right, we are not going to replow the issue of Mr. Steele being held in contempt. That is moot. So to the extent that this is going to that, move on.
Okay, that's where I was going.
All right.
Thank you. No questions.
Anybody else? From the defense team side. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
A few, Judge, just a few.
A few.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, you were asked by, I believe, Mr. Steele, whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Do you recall telling Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard or either member of the defense team this morning that in the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a statute on perjury?
Can you say that again?
Do you recall testifying earlier that during the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the question was, did he hand it to me to give to Mr. Copeland?
Do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute? Or better yet, let me do this. Did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the perjury statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
Okay. And did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the immunity statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
All right. And when you responded, let me back up. So do you not recall being asked in this courtroom today, did Judge Glanville ever give to Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what you were asked do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville gave you both a perjury statute, copy of that, and a copy of the immunity statute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what question you were answering when you made those statements?
The question that I was answering was, did Judge Glanville give me something to hand me a statute or hand me anything in a meeting?
And you don't recall him asking whether Judge Glanville handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Objection, as to the answer.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure we've got a clear answer on it, but does it matter?
If she, there's a reason that I'm asking the question.
All right, well, go ahead. You can ask it again because I don't think anybody's clear on it yet.
Do you recall being asked today whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything?
I believe that I just stated that he handed me two things.
Ms. Bumpus, I don't think she's asking you about what happened. I think she's for some reason asking you about the question that was asked to you on direct.
Do you recall being asked if Judge Glanville gave Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time that you were called to the meeting, you already knew that Mr. Copeland had been granted immunity, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. At the time that you assumed representation of Mr. Copeland, you were aware that he had been arrested, though, right? You knew that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
Okay. At the time that Mr. Melnick spoke with you about standing in his stead on that Monday morning, did you learn during that conversation with Mr. Melnick that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
At what point did you learn that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
After he had been arrested.
Was that before or after the Monday morning meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. You asked us to just focus on the content of that meeting. You asked me to not.
And now it's outside the
get far
scope.
from that, and we're far from that.
Your Honor?
Yeah, what does this have to do with whether or not some off-the-record discussion that Ms. Hilton was privy to occurred?
Your Honor, the reason I was asking about the giving to Ms. Bumpus the statutes is that my understanding is that at the time that she was called to represent Mr. Copeland, she was not familiar with certain statutes.
Okay, well, maybe, maybe not, but that's not relevant to what we're trying to figure out here.
And so to the extent that she was asked by the defense whether Judge Glanville gave to Mr. Copeland anything, and she then responded, he gave it to me.
All right,
She's saying it's not intimidating
recall.
Copeland.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was just to educate
Go ahead.
Kayla.
I was establishing the reason he would have given her that, and I was establishing further.
It's a decent argument.
Questions that I had for her dealt with her understanding of her
I don't know if it's relevant.
responsibilities. And then finally, I was going to ask her, she'd already testified to my memory that she doesn't recall this counselor ever being in the room with Mr. Copeland, and if there was no communication.
Okay.
So I was going to.
That part seems relevant. You can ask about that.
Miss Bumpus. Do you have any memory of Miss Hilton and me being in the room while you were in the room with Mr. Copeland?
I have some memory of all of us being in the room for a very brief moment of time.
When you say all of us, who is all of us?
You just asked me, do I have any memory of you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland being in the room? I remember at one point you came back, but I can't remember exactly what happened while you were there.
Is it your recollection that I was there when Mr. Copeland first came into the room?
No.
And when you say you remember that I came back, where is it that you're remembering that I came back to?
Either, I don't remember. Maybe it's when Ms. Hilton came back. But at one point, all three of us were in the room.
Who's all three of us?
Me, Ms. Hilton, and Ms. Love.
In chambers.
In chambers.
Was Mr. Copeland in the room?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important. We're relying on your memory for certain things. So were there deputies in the room then?
What I'm saying is if Mr. Copeland was ever in the room with Adrian Love, then it wasn't a long, extended amount of time, and I don't think there was any communication. I remember that Simone left, and it was just me, Adrian Love, and the judge and the court reporter.
All right, so your recollection is that at the beginning of the meeting, before Mr. Copeland ever arrived for the first, when he ever arrived with the deputies, that there was a point in time when the judge, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and you were in chambers?
There was a point in time where Miss Love and Miss Hilton were in chambers with me. I cannot affirmatively state whether Mr. Copeland was there or not, but there was at least 2 minutes of us all being there together.
Did y'all have any conversation at that time?
I can't recall because Miss Hilton was doing all of the talking. I honestly believe it was when Miss Hilton left at the beginning, when we first got in chambers, when we were in not the judge's office, but all of us were there.
Antechambers, like outside of chambers, but inside of the door.
Yes.
Who is all of us?
Simone Hilton, Adrian Love, me, Investigator Hamilton. Mr. Chamberlain was in and out. The judge was in and out talking to us, and that was it.
In and out talking to you about anything substantive?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, so y'all are all out. ANTE chambers. So when is it that any of you go back into Judge Glanville's actual chambers, his office?
Adrian Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a second in chambers?
Okay, and who goes then?
Just me, her, Adrian Love, and Judge Glanville and the court reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love, if you had anything else.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, there were investigators present or no? When you, me, Judge, the court reporter first went back?
I can't remember.
Do you recall a comment from either the court reporter or the judge just joking about the fact that I'm not allowed to go anywhere without the investigator?
No.
And when you say that we went into the chambers, you, me, the court reporter, Judge Glanville, was Judge Glanville's deputy there?
Yes. I guess if he's a deputy, I don't know.
Which person was there for Judge Glanville? Which sheriff's office personnel? Do you remember?
No.
And where was that person situated when you, me, Judge Glanville, the court reporter went into chambers?
I have no idea.
That person was in chambers with the 4 of us, 5 of us?
I don't remember. At some points, I don't remember about when he was walking in and out.
Okay. And by he, you mean a sheriff's office personnel?
If he's a sheriff, I don't know what he is.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of the investigator being present with me while I was in there?
I don't remember. I know there were investigators there. I don't remember if they came in chambers when you came in or after Ms. Hilton came in.
And seeing the transcript, does it do anything to refresh your memory about who all was there?
No.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that at some point after I left the first time, that Simone, me, and you ended up in a room together in chambers. Do you recall testifying that way to the court just earlier today?
Yes, at one point, me, you, and Simone were in chambers together. Like I said, it was a brief moment, and I don't remember you saying anything.
But are you saying that now that was after I left the first time?
I really don't remember.
So your memory, you know that at some point you, me, and Simone are in chambers together. You cannot recall whether after I left the first time I ever came back.
I cannot recall.
Okay. And when you said, let me ask you just this pointed question. Did Kenneth Copeland ever say, I killed Nut while Simone Hilton, to Simone Hilton while you were in there?
Can you ask the question again?
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Nut?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say that he killed anybody to Simone Hilton?
No.
Did he say any of those three things in Simone Hilton's presence and hearing, to your knowledge?
Can I answer that with a non-yes or no question, Judge?
With a what?
With an explanation, because he didn't say yes, or he did not say I killed, but he said, you cannot tell me what I did or did not do.
Okay. That's the extent that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
When you spoke about someone asking the sheriff to turn off their body cameras, was that Ms. Hilton? Did you say Ms. Hilton told the sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
That's not what
You
she
heard that
said.
absolutely wrong.
Please tell me.
I clearly said Deputy Brown.
Thank you.
Wow.
You're welcome.
She hot, music. She hot. When she get the yelling at me,
Do
she
you recall what was being talked
is
about
pissed.
when Deputy Brown told the sheriff's deputies to turn off their body cameras?
Nothing. That was the first thing that he said when he walked in the room.
And at that point was Ms. Hilton, you, Mr. Copeland, judge, court reporter, and DA's office investigators all present in the room?
I don't remember who was in the room. It may have just been me.
So it may have just been you when Deputy Brown said to the sheriff's deputies, turn off your cameras?
I don't remember exactly who was sitting in the courtroom.
But that's
I mean,
in the chambers, but that's possible?
It is possible.
It's possible it might have been when you and Mr. Copeland were just in there together?
It wasn't.
Well, Mr. Copeland had to have been in there, right? Because you said the deputies didn't show up until Mr. Copeland arrived.
No, what I'm saying, Judge, is that was the order as he walked in.
Right, but what did you say might have just happened when it was just you?
Nothing. I was saying I may have been the only one sitting there. I can't remember, but there wasn't like, oh, step out. It's as soon as they walked in, this is what was said as Mr. Copeland was walking in.
And was there any, did you request at that point that they brought him in to have a private meeting with your client at the time?
At that moment, I hadn't requested anything.
Is it safe to say you don't know why they were told to turn off the body camera?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone from the state ask the deputies to have those body-worn cameras turned off?
No.
But why they needed to be turned off anyway? I don't get why was that an order? Why they need to turn them off?
Testified earlier that Mr. Copeland said something akin to, I can claim all of this. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And who was he talking to? And
Simone.
okay. And did you know, or did he ever make clear what all of this was that he was talking about?
I believe he was referring to everything that.
Wait, that's not the question. It wasn't what do you think he meant? It was, did he ever make clear?
He said everything in this case.
He said the words, everything in this case?
I don't know if those were his words verbatim, but that's what he said.
Was the court reporter there when that happened?
I don't know.
They know Woody is be lying.
Conversation.
Okay,
Wow.
so it was off the. So when what about his words? What words did he say that makes you now say that's what he said if you don't remember exactly how he put it?
I said I don't remember his words verbatim,
right?
But I was there, and he said I can claim all of this. I can take all of this. That I mean, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about this case.
Okay. Is what you just testified to the extent of the words that Mr. Copeland spoke regarding claiming something?
Come on, Kayla. Be professional. You ain't YSL KB today. You attorney Kayla. Bumpus.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. Is what you just testified about the extent of the words Mr. Copeland spoke about claiming something?
I don't want to say that is a complete lead to the extent, because he said it over and over. He said it various ways. He changed the way he said it.
Do you recall what specifically was being discussed at each of the points that he said that?
That's why the court reporter should have been in there, and it would have been in the transcript.
Specifically, not generally, not broadly, specifically what was being discussed at each of the points where he said, I can claim all of this.
The whole conversation was about Donovan Thomas's unaliving.
Are you aware, are you familiar with any of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. Are you aware or are you familiar with any allegations about any retaliatory events that occurred that the state considers a part of the Donovan Thomas shooting?
No.
She ain't know it was gonna get this deep. Wow.
At what point, what was being asked of Mr. Copeland when he made the statement that you testified, it's not just about me knowing that, it's about who was in the infinity? At what was being asked of him when he said something like that?
Nothing was being asked of him.
Okay. Did he just sort of blurt it out on his own?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he said was, I know something about that infinity that y'all don't know, and it got something to do with somebody who's not even on the case.
Okay. Did he ever make clear what it was that he knew to Ms. Hilton in your presence?
He wasn't given the opportunity to.
But what do you mean?
She continued to talk about what she was talking about.
Okay. Did she ever tell him, don't talk to me about that?
No.
Did you ever hear him sort of interrupt her at any other time, at any time?
The whole conversation was them interrupting each other.
Okay.
All
Did
love.
he ever interrupt her to give her more information or to tell her what it was about the infinity that he knew?
No.
The judge stepping in because they asking the wrong questions. They not being clear.
When you said, Adrian said, Judge, close your ears. Did you mean to say Adrian said, Judge, close your ears?
You?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yes,
At what
you.
point are you alleging, are you saying, does your memory tell you that I told the judge to close his ears?
It's in the
I don't really
transcript.
remember exactly what was saying.
Yeah, this
I
was
don't
to
know if it was
Hilton, I
you
think.
and Simone in there, but something about
That
we were
part
having a conversation.
is
Me,
in the
you, and Miss
transcript.
Hilton were having a conversation about. I don't remember
I
what
can
we were
share my
talking
screen, but I
about.
can't
And you
do
said
the.
it. And then you said, "Judge, close your ears."
And what did I say after I said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
All right, so then it's now your recollection that there was a point in time when you, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and the judge were in there and Miss Love was talking.
Judge, I've said that she never talked while Mr. Copeland was in the room.
Okay, and you don't even remember really whether she was in there or not when Mr. Copeland was in the room.
If she was,
She Miss Love.
It was very brief, but no.
Okay, but you said before, I thought, that there was maybe a 2-minute time when you, Miss Hilton, and Miss Love were in a room together.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so that was in front of also Judge Glanville? Because you just said it was, so I'm
Well,
trying to get clarity.
Here's the clarity. He wasn't at the table with us as normal. He was turned around on his computer, but still inside of his office.
Okay. So when did this occur during, so we have the beginning of the ex parte being Miss Love, all of y'all are standing outside in the ante room and Miss Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a minute or something to that effect? And then who all gets up and goes into Judge Glanville's chambers?
Simone has left to go to do something at that point. So it's just me and Adrian Love.
Okay, and who else?
And the court reporter. And she says maybe her investigator. I can't remember.
Okay, and so the three of you talk for some amount of time,
Yes.
The three of you being Miss Bumpus, you, Miss Love, and Judge Glanville?
Yes.
All right, and then tell me when that changes and it becomes more or fewer of you in that room.
The first person to join us is Simone when she comes back from court.
Okay, and is that at the same time that essentially the same time that Mr. Copeland also joins you?
Maybe within a minute or so. They don't come in like at the exact.
Okay, so they come in essentially together. And where's Miss Love at that point?
She leaves when Miss Hilton comes, but she does stay for, like I said, there's a brief conversation with me, Miss Hilton, and the judge.
And the judge?
Well, in the judge's chambers, the judge is
Okay,
not.
with you, Miss Hilton, Miss Love, but it's not a part of the proceedings yet because the judge didn't even pay attention. He's over there working on his computer.
Yes.
What do y'all say at that point in time?
I don't remember what the conversation
Anything of substance?
It was about maybe plea deals. I remember she said to me.
She who?
Adrian Love. I remember she says, which I can't forget this, is I don't know who's worse, you or Jacoby.
What?
That was the thing. That was the nature of the conversation.
Say that again.
She said, she tells me she doesn't know who's worse, me or Jacoby.
Me or Jacoby?
Yeah.
Jacoby Hudson?
Yes.
What does it have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with
what
this
is
case.
happening.
That's what we're talking about. You asked me what we were talking about.
Okay, so something that had nothing to do with this case.
And then something comes up about, I don't know if it's plea deals. I don't know. It was something about this case where she says, Judge, close your ears.
Okay. So this is before y'all kind of gone back on the record. The judge isn't paying attention anyway. He's in the room, but he's over at his computer. Y'all are over at his conference table. Is that what your
Oh, Kayla was lit last
y'all are
night.
talking about entirely other things. And then
I wouldn't say entirely other things, but we're not talking about the Mr. Copeland.
or the case? If you're talking about Jacoby Hudson, you're not talking about the
No,
case.
we're talking about the case. She's talking about, I guess she's talking about the reference to me hugging people. I don't know, but we were talking about the case.
Okay, anyway, and then at
Ms.
some
Love trying to be
point,
smart.
Ms. Love, to your recollection, says, Judge, close your ears because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't know exactly I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case. And
okay, but
she
you
doesn't
don't-
want to talk to me about a plea deal because I'm not a defense.
Right, that
attorney.
wouldn't have made any sense.
But she was discussing something pertaining to the case. And she
Well,
said,
what,
"Oops,
Kayla?"
Judge, close your ears.
And how long does that conversation go on?
Yeah, and where is
Like
it?
That's the 2 minutes I'm talking about.
Okay. And then
Wow.
what happens to Miss Love?
She leaves
She leaves. And then when do y'all go back on the record?
immediately.
This
Okay.
is
Well,
a
no,
shit
I talked
show.
to Mr. Copeland for a second.
Okay, privately or,
Privately.
okay. And then y'all go back on the record. And then does the record reflect everything the record reflects accurately? Other than whenever this conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland allegedly occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the transcript in front of you at this point?
Yes, sure.
Can you kind of point out where this conversation allegedly occurs?
It's somewhere around page 40.
Okay.
Between 39 and 40.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I just get, if it's between 39 and 40, are there any specific lines?
Well, it was like off the record, so I wouldn't know exactly which line it starts back at.
Okay, but you had represented previously that Judge Glanville was not in the room at that point in time.
Yes, he was asked to leave.
Okay. So him being asked to leave isn't reflected. Is that
So
right?
separate time then, because there was a short time he stepped out.
Do you remember who asked him to leave?
Miss Hilton.
Okay. And that's not on the record either?
No.
And you can't remember whether the court
Wow.
reporter stayed or left?
I can't
Nothing
remember
is
whether
on the
she stayed
record.
or left, but she definitely stopped taking down.
Okay. All right. And when did you, sorry, Miss Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my question.
The judge said,
Your
let
Honor,
me step
I
in.
honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right. So after this conversation concludes, then what happens? And by this conversation, I mean the conversation you referenced that is not reflected in the record, but that takes place between you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton. What happens after that? But if it's not in the record, it's not going to be in the record. So you just tell me from your recollection, what happens after that?
That's probably towards the last 5 minutes of this meeting.
Okay.
And so we go back on the record and
So the conversation finishes. How does everybody get back in the room? And how is it that y'all go back on the record? Give me the details of that.
she just, we just finished the off the record conversation and just Simone just says everybody can come back in. And then okay, wait, Judge, I'm sorry. It's actually
Your Honor, does the court mind if I sit?
Go ahead.
I would say that the conversation actually happened around page 46, 45.
45, okay.
Dave, you was hitting it on the nose today. And you've been rocking with me all day. Shout out to Dave coming through. This is a show of shit. I'm telling you.
And is that conversation in fact reflected on the record?
No, but I don't know.
I mean, so how are you sorting out, oh, it's around 45 that it occurs?
Because I try to get the conversation on the record.
What did you say?
Wow.
To get the conversation or to try to get the conversation on the record?
I say,
Kayla, just popping all this shit now.
I'd like to hear it from your recollection without reference to the transcript first, okay?
I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, tell us what it is.
Ms. Hilton says, Judge, can you leave? And at that point, do you say anything? Like, no, Judge, stay, or anything like that?
No, she already told me in the hallway that she was gonna ask the judge to leave and have a conversation with him.
Okay. So show me where in the transcript y'all come back from the restroom break.
Well, you want me to, you asked me to.
Now I do want you to look
Okay,
at the
okay.
transcript, yes.
I agree. I think she's really sharp, positive masculinity. The judge is the best lawyer in the room. She is really, really sharp.
Okay, I'm sorry. You asked when, okay, I think we came back.
No,
around-
Yeah, the restroom break, show me the restroom break.
See, that's not in here with me getting up. I don't know how to find that.
Okay, so the restroom break, y'all take, but it isn't reflected.
Yes.
Okay.
We clearly know the
Is restroom
transcript
break
is not complete.
After Mr. Copeland's with y'all?
Yes.
It's not complete.
All right. And it's immediately after this restroom break that you and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland have the private conversation?
Yes, sure. And Judge, you asked me a question earlier that I didn't get to answer.
Okay, what's that?
You asked me, can I, without looking at the transcript, tell you how I tried to get it back on the record?
Yes. Can you give me a second before you answer? Because I'm looking for something in particular. All right, so y'all take a restroom break. You see Miss Hilton in the hall, y'all walk back in. Mr. Copeland's gone because he's taking a restroom break at that point. The court reporter is there. Mr. Copeland comes back, the judge comes back. And that's when Miss Hilton says, oh, wait, Judge, go back out?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now what were you gonna answer?
You asked me how did I get it back on the record?
Yeah.
So after the conversation, I said pretty much, I want to get what she just told him about what he cannot go to jail for.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the off the record conversation is he's trying to figure out, can he go to jail for lying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get back on the record that she says that she's not going to prosecute him for anything other than one thing.
Okay. Okay, and so y'all have had, the three of you have had this conversation. Judge is gone. You can't remember whether the court reporter's there or not, but then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. That's on page.
So then you say,
Definitely
I'd like to get this on the
using
record,
Hilton.
or-
No, we go back on the record.
No, no.
Okay,
Love
so
is
how does
using
that
Hilton.
occur?
No, she just says, let's go back on the record. Simone.
So Ms. Hilton says, let's go back on the record.
Yes.
So you don't say, I want to get this on the record.
No, I just do my best to get it on the record when we go back on record. It's in the.
Oh, I see what you mean. You say, you don't mean, I'm really trying to get this on record. You mean Miss Hilton says, all right, let's go back on the record. And then you try to like give a rendition of
Right.
what occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And that is reflected where?
On page 48.
On page 48.
Yeah.
Well, between 47 48.
Dave,
Okay.
Love definitely
All
is
right.
using Simone
And
for her
does
dirty
page
word.
47 and 48
Now she a goofy.
reflect
So crazy.
the off the record conversation that allegedly occurred between you, Miss Hilton, and Mr. Copeland?
Hey, E. Capone.
There's a part where I say, so he can go to jail for anything but what?
Yeah, and how do you resolve this?
Okay.
If stuff's not on the record, how does Whitaker find out why or what is supposed to be on the record?
Exactly. Really, Kayla can say anything. Shit, it's not on the record. It's not in the transcript. Everything was
And,
not
okay, page 51
in the transcript.
specifically, I'm asking, I tell him he has to make a decision. And I ask, so if he starts testifying today, is he going home today? And then I say, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay.
Thank y'all for pulling up.
At that point, between, whatever you said, 47 and 51, y'all are back on the record, right?
Yes, Judge.
Nobody's like declining to take down what you're saying.
No, Judge.
Okay. So anytime during that point in time, do you say, let the record reflect that Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and I had an off the record conversation, and I'd like to put on the record what was said during that conversation?
No.
Okay.
No.
And also
Why?
on page 51, I say, I think, are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something?
Uh-huh.
And then it's no response. Because he just looks at me.
Okay. All right. So does 47 through whenever that last page number was, does that accurately
This was a big thing to get confused.
whatever was said during the alleged off the record conversation?
It
If they
doesn't
wasn't
accurately reflect, but it does. I do try to mention what we talked about, but it doesn't accurately reflect everything that we discussed.
All right. So was there something else that you discussed that you should have said, oh, and by the way, this also happened that you didn't say?
I'm confused, Judge. What do you mean that who didn't say? That
You.
Simone didn't say?
No. Anybody during the alleged off the record conversation.
Yeah,
When you're
when
making this record, after y'all go back on the record, you said it still wasn't accurate. And you also said you weren't stopped from saying anything during that part. So
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore.
she need to just put it on the floor, Kayla.
What I should have said that I didn't say is that Simone said that she would not prosecute or move forward with any type of perjury if he said anything except for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right. All right. So when is it that you actually reviewed and read this transcript?
I really don't know. I think maybe around the time that I had to retain counsel, I think we reviewed it together, which I cannot tell you the exact date, but somewhere.
Sometime in late June?
Yeah, somewhere after 6/12.
Okay. And we all in this room know this to be the case, but you are an attorney licensed and barred to practice in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, you have a duty of candor to the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Is there any point in time after you read this transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
This court, well, there really was no court's attention to bring it to, because after all of that happened, it's been on recess for so long.
So you've been in court when we've been in session for the last week or two, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I was presiding at that point in time, right?
Yes.
Did you at any point bring to my attention that you believed as an officer of the court and a participant in this ex parte meeting that the transcript did not accurately reflect what occurred in that meeting?
Well, Your Honor, I did not bring it to your attention, and I honestly still would not, as an attorney, if I can answer this as an attorney, I believe that there is some value in off-the-record conversations for specific things, and it has always been my position, even in speaking with members of the defense, that as far as anything minus the off-the-record conversation, that the transcript is complete.
Okay.
The transcript has
All right,
Hilton saying,
so
close your ears.
What is your answer then to my question?
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Did you ever at any point in time bring to my attention your belief that this ex parte transcript was inaccurate because it was incomplete?
No.
Okay, why is that?
Well, because of what I kind of just said, I don't believe that it was incomplete per se, minus the off-the-record conversation, but there are a lot of off-the-record conversations that are had that are not included in transcripts, and that's not unusual to me.
Okay, all right, so you don't actually believe it's inaccurate then?
No, I just think it's missing the off-the-record conversation. I'm not missing, I just think that the defense did not have knowledge of the off-the-record conversation. Not that it's missing from the transcript per se.
Okay. Because it was officially off the record, is that what you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And did you
Thank you,
ever,
King Divine.
if it in fact occurred, did you ever object to it being off the record?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so at some point you brought it to the defense attorney's attention. Is that how you decided to deal with it?
I had a conversation with the defense attorney. I don't want to say I brought it to them, but we just had a conversation about what happened.
All right, Ms. Love, do you have other questions for Ms. Bumpus?
Ms. Bumpus, did you tell any member of the defense about the details of the content of the off-the-record conversation that you had with Ms. Hilton on June 10th?
That I had with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland? Yes.
When did you tell them?
The same day.
Did you tell them everything you remembered about it?
I told them everything I remembered.
And do you remember how long after the conversation took place it was that you told them?
I don't know, maybe like an hour.
Was court in recess or was court in session when you told them?
Court was in recess.
Between the time that the conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland ended, and the time that you told defense attorneys all of the details you could remember about the off-the-record conversation, was court in session at any point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was court ever in session between the time that you finished your conversation with Mr. Copeland and the time you told defense? What happened in the meeting?
Yes.
Court was in session during that hour?
Had court resumed?
Correct. Did court at any time resume from the time that you left the meeting in chambers to the time that you had the conversation with defense? Just in that moment, from chambers to conversation with defense?
Oh, no.
Court had not resumed?
No.
And when you said earlier,
I mean, because remember, we came straight down here and sat down and immediately started, so I didn't speak to anyone.
and when you were speaking earlier about when after Mr. Copeland came in, you said you weren't sure whether I was in the room. Did the portion about Judge Close Your Ears occur before or after Mr. Copeland came into the room?
For sure before.
Okay. And at that point, was the court reporter taking down?
No.
And at that point,
I think she was the mole for the details.
did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to it, whatever it was?
I can't answer that.
Did he give
Thank you,
any-
Miss Abby.
Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
Wow.
I would have to say no, but I would also say I wasn't looking at him at all.
Do you remember Miss Hilton at some point talking about the judge closing his ears at any time?
I don't remember.
And we're looking at the transcripts at all refreshing.
All of this could have been avoided if the cameras was rolling
On page
and these people wasn't trying to be crooked.
26, line 5 of the transcript. And since it's a part of the record, read from line 2 to the end of line. Let me just ask you this. Do you see where Ms. Hilton says, Judge, you might want to close your ears?
Yes.
Did you hear that phrase or something like that said more than once in that meeting?
Yeah, before Simone got there, I know exactly what I'm talking about. So are you in here at this point?
So my only question is, did you hear that phrase more than once in the meeting?
I can't remember if it's that exact phrase, but I heard you say something to that extent, and I heard her say that.
Okay. Were you the first person, to your knowledge, that brought to defense's attention that there was in fact a meeting in chambers?
No.
Who, do you know, do you have personal knowledge of who that person is?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Because they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any commentary to you that led you to believe that they knew what was said in the meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
Is it true that?
Sure.
Perfect timing, Miss B. I think they're about to get into this. So she clarified what was said. Gotcha.
Yes,
Thank you.
sustain. Can you be specific?
Who specifically came up to you and asked you about the meeting in chambers?
There were multiple attorneys that specifically talked to me at one time.
Would you please apprise the court of the names of those multiple attorneys?
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. We're still far afield again of the limited subject matter that you asked me to stick to.
Your Honor, as it pertains to Brady or whatever information, I think it's quite relevant. Who knew what and when, as it relates to what was said during the meeting?
Okay, well.
But she can't divulge privilege stuff to the other attorneys.
Who revealed it, who revealed that a meeting occurred. Ms. Bumpus has said that essentially, if I understand you correctly, that at some point during the day, immediately following the meeting, the day of the meeting, you had a conversation with some defense attorney or defense attorneys, and we can sort out who, where you relayed to them everything you knew and everything you recalled about what went on in the meeting, including the off the record conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can figure out who that is now.
Thank you. Who was it? Name the attorneys that you referred to just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago with the question she asked me, Judge Whitaker?
To me, she confusing everybody.
Topic, right?
Okay, ask the question again.
Which attorneys by name first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Then answer the question Ms. Love asked you.
I don't recall, but
Oh,
Judge
man.
Matthew did judicial notice of me on camera. I don't recall.
No, my only question to you is who first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
I don't recall everybody who was there.
Who do you recall?
I recall Attorney Steele and Attorney Adams. And I can't remember who was the other person.
Do you remember how many?
How many
Lawyers were there when Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams came up to you an hour after the meeting and asked you about it? How many lawyers were there?
3, I think.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Sharp? Just throwing out names.
At some point.
So Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams, within an hour, is that accurate, of the meeting, came to you and talked to you about what happened in the meeting?
I would say yes.
Okay. Other than Mr. Sharp, anybody else you remember?
No.
And when they spoke with you, regardless of how they got it, did they share with you any details from the meeting?
Yes.
And what details did they give to you that they already had before you started talking?
Objection, this is not.
Sustained.
Okay. Last couple of questions, Judge. Ms. Bumpus, when you agreed to represent Mr. Copeland, did you, during the course of the meeting that you had in chambers, did you ask questions of the prosecutors or the judge about what the immunity statute meant or anything like that?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions because I didn't realize until the end of the meeting what was actually going on. That information wasn't given to me.
That's all.
All right, so Ms. Bumpus, you knew to show up for court that Monday because Mr. Melnick had asked you to be stand-in counsel for Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you representing that Mr. Melnick simply said that and nothing else? He didn't give you any background about what you were walking into?
Well, what I'm representing is I was given specific instructions, and those instructions were I'm standing in for him. If Mr. Copeland chooses to plead the fifth, which I anticipate he will do, then you won't have to do anything else. If he chooses to testify, we have agreed that he's discharging me.
Okay.
And I made that very
That's
clear
important.
to everybody multiple times that morning that that's what I was here to do.
Okay, but you had no idea that there was an immunity order in place?
No.
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the defense side have follow-up questions for Ms. Bumpus?
I have just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your cross-examination, you said, quote, "She says she is not going to prosecute him for anything other than that one thing," unquote. What is that one thing?
I can't answer that. I can only assume it would be the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but those are the words that she chose to use.
When you say unaliving of Donovan Thomas, what are you referring to?
YouTube friendly.
During cross-examination, Ms. Love asked you about some alleged retaliatory acts. Were those being discussed when Mr. Copeland repeatedly said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
Nothing was being discussed.
What do you mean nothing was being discussed when Mr. Copeland said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
He said that on his own, and that's kind of how the conversation started.
What was the subject matter being referred to when he said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else?
Pretty big. That's the important part.
Well, Mr. Steele's making his way up, just so I am clear
Of
on
course.
this. You're saying that or are you saying that in the off-the-record conversation that you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton had, that Ms. Hilton told Mr. Copeland that the one thing she would prosecute him for perjury for was if he got on the stand and said that he, Mr. Copeland, was the one who killed Mr. Donovan Thomas?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that she
Boom.
would prosecute him for perjury if he said that.
I don't know if she exactly said would, but she was comparing it to things that she wouldn't.
Okay. All right.
Still important.
So I guess more of a highly possible situation.
That would be the one thing that
There
could
you go,
get
you
him
guys.
in criminal
Yes, Judge.
perjury type trouble.
Outside that
Okay, thank you.
statute.
Go ahead, Mr.
There you
Steele.
go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to do timing or sequencing you were asked about. When you left Judge Glanville's chambers, after in time, not bathroom breaks, after Mr. Copeland was removed from the chambers, et cetera, where did you go, if you remember?
I came and sat right there in the courtroom.
At that point, had you spoken with anybody to alert anyone that there was an ex parte meeting?
No,
Where did next time you saw Mr. Copeland was when? When you left the ex parte meeting, came into the courtroom?
up here. He was up here.
Testifying where you're sitting?
Yes.
Okay. And then did the jury come in?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland testify before the jury?
Yes.
At any time during that moment when Mr. Copeland's testifying in front of the jury, did you tell anybody about this ex parte meeting that you attended?
No.
Or the contents?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there being a break at any point for lunch?
Yes.
Is that the first time that you were approached?
Yes.
Ex parte meeting?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Did anybody, and that's after you were under no restraint, you told the truth?
Yes.
And that was to myself and the other people you told?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
After the lunch break, do you remember when I raised it before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
Did I do it right away after we spoke?
Yes.
First time the court reconvened?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Sharp, come on up. And speaking of a lunch break, we're way past time for hours. So let's plan to do lunch right after we wrap up this witness.
Ms. Bumpus, were you in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, did you hear Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on the record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Let's take our lunch break.
Wow,
Let's come back. It's 20 till 1 right now. Let's come back at 2.
And thank you so much, you guys. I didn't want to overtalk
Just
people.
for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not from Mr. Kinder.
All right. Is the state going to have anybody?
If the court could just, I'm sorry for being obtuse, which exact issue is it that we are addressing? I know it's the June 10th, but what exactly are we addressing? So I can
I mean, the defense maintains that there was an unrecorded portion of this ex parte where Brady information was revealed to Ms. Hilton that Ms. Hilton did not then share. So that's our topic.
Whew.
Wow. What they say, we on lunch? I had to get up
It's
for
gonna
a
be interesting
second.
after lunch.
Okay, we on
It's gonna
lunch.
be interesting after lunch.
Wow. At this point, y'all, I don't know if Kayla's testimony helped. It just confused everybody. We do know that some things were not included in the transcript. But all this, I don't remember, I don't recall from Kayla. I think the people, the attorneys, everybody was expecting more from Kayla. All of a sudden, she just don't remember certain things. But that was important for her to put everything on the floor. I don't know if it helped anything at this point. We will see what happens when we come back from lunch. I appreciate everybody that pulled up today. Shout out to my Kim Bays and my Kim Boos. I really do appreciate y'all. I'm going to come back after lunch, maybe. I got something to do, actually, y'all. But if I don't make it after lunch, this evening, I will run part 2 back for us. So if y'all want to come check me out later, make sure y'all put on y'all bell notifications. Make sure y'all subscribe. And make sure y'all show me some love. All right, y'all. I will see y'all later. Bye.